Alright, let's get started. This is Brindlewood Bay. We're all playing as little old ladies trying to solve a mystery.
Is everyone ready?
Aye, aye, Captain.
All right. Where we last left off was a man startling the mavens, causing a sense of fear and panic. Some of the mavens trying to talk to this young man, as everyone knew him as Radiator, when Radiator took his life, allegedly. And you all feel a sense of confusion wash over you. You feel like time is rippling and shifting about you. You are stationary, but the world is spinning at an incredibly fast pace around you. It feels forced, painful almost, as every nerve in your body is itching. It burns, it's hot. You feel so bewildered. And then it passes. And you see Sheriff as charged and several other cops taping off the truck and covering the body in a white tarp. Sheriff as charged approaches you, Maven, and says, "All right, you Mavens, I knew you guys weren't any good. What did you do? You need to tell me exactly what happened."
Well, I just walked up to him and I saw that he had implied junk on the side of his truck. And so I was asking if he had anything that I could take for my dioramas, like broken glass or anything. And then he went crazy.
You know how Mr. Raider feels about his junk. Why were you asking about his junk? You clearly did something to him to cause him such distress as to take his own life.
Him about junk.
Can I have you, gosh, what do I need you to do? I need you to roll a reason for me, for your explanation that you were just trying to talk to him about his junk.
That's 2d6 plus the reason, right?
Mm-hmm. And this is a night move. And just to remind everyone, some of you received a crown of the void.
Yes.
And that gives you disadvantage on these rolls.
It does?
Disadvantage, does that mean I have to roll twice?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
You roll 3d6 and take the lower of the two for disadvantage.
Oh, 3d6. Okay. Let me put that up. So a 4 and a 3 plus 1. So 8.
So total of 8. Okay. Sheriff as charged just kind of crosses his arms. And he says, "I'm gonna need you, Mavens, to get on out here. It's late at night. I can't have you messing with this crime scene. You do not get to investigate this. But some of my officers will be coming to your homes to get more information."
I mean, we just were leaving the library. We were chatting with
It's
the
awfully
librarian.
convenient that you ladies, you mavens, are just sticking your nose with 2 potential alleged suicides.
Where's Michelle? You can ask her.
Michelle's busy. She left. I'm gonna need
She
you
was just
you
here.
mavens to go. Or
Sheriff
I'm taking you under arrest.
You really need to do something about the mental health of these people. I can't believe that you've allowed 2 people to allegedly kill themselves. They had seriously had something distracting going on with them in their heads. This is awful.
Now, Al, I know that you're quite a talker. And you're right. Yes, there's something going on mentally with some people. And he kind of gives you guys a look. He's like, again, I'm just gonna need you ladies to skedaddle on out of here. Let us handle this. We'll, come on down to the department tomorrow, and we'll go over some questioning.
Can we at least get the items that we asked Ray to get for us out of his truck? Please, that's all we ask, and then we'll be on our way.
Can I have you roll, you, Al? Let's have you roll a presence.
That's 11 plus 3 is 14.
Okay. Kind of like, okay, well, where were these items?
Well, it's just in his truck. Just a real quick grab out of the truck, and we'll be on our way.
All right. He goes to one of his officers. He says, just a moment. And an officer comes up to you, a young new police cadet named Officer Larry approaches you and says, hey, Sheriff wanted me to make sure that you guys don't mess with the crime scene, but he said it's fine. I just need to observe what you take, if that's okay. And he pulls out a notebook, and he's like, okay, let's go to the truck.
Okay. Al just
How are
wants to
you
go.
wanting to approach the truck?
Al just wants to go up and look if there's anything suspicious in the back of the truck, because he's got a lot of stuff in there. It might be something.
Okay.
And then if there's nothing, we'll just leave. If there's something,
Sure.
Maybe.
Let's have you. I'm gonna have you roll a reason, and anyone else, any of the other mavens can roll this as well. Just keep in mind those that have the disadvantage.
I think only Al
specifically.
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Al. I think only Al and Dolores are the ones who didn't get the crown.
Okay.
Yeah, they had stronger stomachs.
Very slightly.
So if those are the only 2 mavens that are wanting to investigate the truck, go ahead and make those rolls.
2, 5 plus 1 is 8.
Okay. And tell me, are you going on the driver's side? Are you going on the passenger side? Are you looking in the back?
In the back.
In the back,
Like,
where all of his
where all the
junk
junk is, yeah.
Okay.
What happens when you use an item like from your cozy place?
It goes away. You get it once.
But
You get advantage for that one move. And then
Oh,
it
okay.
goes away, unless said otherwise.
so then it would I would take the higher 2. or what?
I think it cancels out.
It would cancel out, so you would just do a normal roll. You wouldn't have that
Okay.
disadvantage. It would just be normal. So Dolores, you got a 9. What part of the truck are you investigating or going to check out? Are you checking out the back with Al? Are you taking the driver's side door? Are you taking the passenger side? Taking the license plate? Which part of the truck are you going to check out?
Yes, Dolores.
Yeah, Dolores.
Oh, sorry. Thought you were still talking to Amanda. I guess the driver's side.
Driver's side? Okay. You said you got a 9, or was it an 8?
9.
It's a 9.
8,
Okay.
8 plus 1.
Okay, let's you're going on the driver's side. So you open the driver's side door. Or are you wanting to open this driver's side door, or are you just wanting to look through the window? What are you wanting to do with it? I guess tell me what you're looking for and how you're interacting with the truck on the driver's side.
Opening it up and looking inside?
Okay.
I don't know exactly what I'm looking for.
Just anything. Just like if you're looking under a seat, or if you're gonna try and look in like the side things, or if you're just wanting to look through the window to see what you can see.
Just snooping?
Snooping. Okay. You approach the driver's side door. And you can tell that there is a lot of stuff inside. There's a lot of garbage, a lot of food containers, a lot of pieces of metal. The guy was clearly a kind of hoarder. He had some kind of, hoarding mental condition where he just wanted to keep a bunch of things and didn't want to throw anything away. And so you realize that if you open this driver's side door, a bunch of that garbage is going to come out.
Out of the driver's side?
Yeah.
There's a lot of junk in there.
There's a lot of junk in there, man. Like, you know how you open a door and then a bunch of just fast
So,
food
like,
cups come out if
it's
you've like just been on
Never been opened before? Or
It's been opened before, but you can tell that Ray,
Does he crawl through the window?
he probably has a method of keeping the trash in. And I'm sure some of it falls out, but he had somehow a method, because you are just probably, I would imagine Dolores, being very orderly, finds this absolute chaotic mess inside the truck as just confusing and like, how did he even get inside the truck? Like, there's garbage everywhere. How did he drive? But you do see that there's something interesting in there.
okay.
You just realize that a lot of that will fall out on
So
the
be it.
driver's side.
There are people to clean it up.
I like how Al just asked, "Hey, can we just get our stuff and go?" And then we all just swarm the truck. Just like, I'll take the driver's side, I'll take the back.
The young cadet is just kind of like, did you have like a lot of stuff in there? Or like,
Oh, he keeps a lot of junk. We're just sifting through all this stuff. We won't take too long.
Okay, he looks like behind, and
Yes, he stores certain things in specific places, dear.
okay, well, just don't mess with the crime scene. Please be quick. I would like to help finish with the cool stuff. Okay, so you are opening the door? Okay. With that 9, you open the door and a bunch of garbage falls out onto the pavement. I don't know if Dolores tries to catch any of it.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, great, good, just as I expected.
When she would like pull the handle and like move it, see it shift, and then just like kind of be 2 steps ahead of the door opening towards like the front tire,
Okay,
and just let it just do as it may.
let it waterfall.
Mhm.
Let it rain. So yeah, a bunch of just food garbage and wrappers, and you hear the sound of like metal, small metal things hitting the ground as well. And in the trash, on the floor of the truck where the foot pedals are, there's a lot of grosser stuff. It's stuff covered in mud. Something shines. You notice something that is far too clean in all of this muck. It is something metal and it gleams and it catches your eye. Like, that's a very clean thing in this disgusting, horrid rat nest.
Okay. I guess I will investigate the thing.
Okay. Okay, so
I'll use my pen to like try to move things to get to it.
let's see here. Can I have Dolores roll a composure for me?
Oh,
I feel like
absolutely.
this, and again, it's a night move.
She rolled a 10.
Amazing. Okay. I feel like normally Dolores would just have quite a restraint to want to not mess with it, but she feels very empowered by her pen to go after this thing.
Well, it's mainly just the ability to get into other people's business. That it's just the thrill. And the composure is just, it must be done. Like, the truth must come out.
The truth must come out, and surely
Yeah.
someone is to blame, and
Your
will be
repugnance
fined.
cannot hide the truth.
Okay. Let me look at my notes real quick. All right. You find a iron bar, usually used for cars. And it seems as if it is brand new.
Interesting. Was he
How
like,
do you want
really
to interact?
short and needed it to like reach the pedals, or?
It's just kind of with the trash and the muck. And so there's like a bunch of, clearly he
But it's brand new.
it looks
Hmm.
almost brand new. It is very noticeable in how clean it is with all of these other miscellaneous junk. And a lot of these items are covered in mud because it's by the foot pedals. Like, he just would stomp down on the garbage or something. had to dig
See?
pretty far deep for this.
Maybe there was just like a protective layer of scum, that encased it and maintained its
Yes.
unsullen nature.
Preserved.
It's
Yeah.
preserved.
You know-
all of the paper waste absorbed all of the
Yeah, there was so
moisture
it was
and
so
mud.
it was so dense that
Like somewhere
there-
between like a parchment paper and a resin cast situation.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's just so dense that that no air could actually get to it to like start the rust process.
Okay. How do you want to interact with this item?
Is it like a solid just metal bar or is it like a pipe or
It is a tire iron.
oh? That's kind of weird. I'm gonna turn to the police officer and say, please collect this into evidence.
I thought you were collecting your items that Mr. Ader had of yours. But what do you mean collective? Is it not your item?
You don't think this is weird?
I don't know what Mr. Ader gave you. Is that your tire iron, but he did something to it?
No, I think he might have stolen it. Do you think he would have anything this pristine of condition inside of his car?
I don't really know. I just moved here.
If you were
Hmm.
to find the clue that was the key to everything, this does
Seems
look
like-
a bit strange.
Seems like you lack initiative. Don't know why you're on the police force. You should be out writing parking tickets.
Dolores, just
Well,
let the boy do his own work. Collect our own items for our own book club. As if we have our own book club to talk about later. How is that? Is that a good idea?
okay.
I have no idea.
Okay, I'll just go back to the back of the truck now.
All right, very good. Al, let's go with your role and what you find. What is your item that you're
open
collecting?
I
Okay.
just rolled what was it, an 8 for reason? So whatever that gets me to the back of the truck, I guess.
Sure. Again, the back of the truck is full of just absolute garbage. This has a little bigger items, like you see parts of a lawnmower and dirt bike. There's like clearly a lot of car parts in here, of various sizes. You can tell that there are some more interesting things that just kind of like, oh, I wonder what that is, that catches your eye. But you feel like you will have to kind of dig into the heap, as it were. There's a lot of sharp metal things, so I don't know how comfortable Al is about doing this.
What does Al have? Can I use the porcelain duck statue to like push stuff around and try and look around using stuff from the cozy place?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll mark that off. And are there any like older car parts like because I remember Doug had an old car that he took care of. So maybe looking for something older like that.
You you notice, yeah, some car parts of the same model, make and model, as Doug's. In this heap. They're really buried down. And if you hadn't had such a keen eye to this pile of garbage, it could have easily have been missed. But you do see something deep down into that pile. Something that looks like parts from that model. You see like parts of like maybe it's like the handle for a car, and you see a rim that seems to be part of that car, and you can tell that there's a few more pieces in here.
Can I try and roll for a hard clue?
Sure.
If there might be one in there. Do you want like a vitality for like?
Yes. Let's do vitality, as you know, there is a legit fear of getting tetanus. If you just start.
I've lived a good life. Haven't gotten tetanus yet.
When was the last time Al had their vaccines?
Oh wait, 2 3s and then a 4, so 7 total.
You okay?
Okay. So, So you find, as you dig deep into this trash, a piece of metal gives you a slight cut on your hand, but you quickly dodge out of the way. It could have been much more of a serious cut. And as you put your hand into the pile and you pull out a model car, but it's missing a lot of parts. And it's something that you know Doug had a lot of model cars. He was something of a collector in that sense. He liked cars. Guy had a thing about cars.
So what would is that constitutes a hard clue?
Yes. It's in disrepair. It's not a fully formed car, and it's kind of, some of its paint is chipping.
Okay. I will go to Larry and say, yes, I talked to Ray earlier, and he was talking about how he had this nice model car. I'm a sucker for antiques, you know. And so this is mine, and I'm taking it.
Oh, okay. And he writes in his notebook, our model car. Okay, I wrote that down. Any of you other mavens was that it? Just the car, or was there other items?
I rolled as well.
Yes. Mabel. Did you find your item? And we'll go ahead and do your search now. What did you roll?
I rolled. What are we adding to it again?
You are doing if you got a Crown of the Void, you have a disadvantage on it. If you're.
So I was gonna use my my dog.
Okay. So it was just a basic roll then. And you marked off your dog. Where are you wanting to investigate the truck? Are you taking something from the back, from the driver's side, from the passenger side? Where are you wanting to look?
I was gonna look in the passenger side, and like in the glove box.
Okay. You're opening the door. A bunch of trash comes out as well. And you're opening the glove box. And did you roll already for your investigation roll? Your
Well, that's what I was asking. So I got a 10, but I don't know what to add to it. Like, I don't know which type of roll it is. I don't remember.
it is a reason.
Okay, so that makes it 11.
Okay. Nice. Okay. You open the glove box, and there is a lot of trash in here, but mostly paper based. The worst you have to fear is a paper cut. There's a lot of paper pamphlets and flyers and tickets, lots of tickets. There's a lot of like car manuals that aren't for this truck, that are for like other kinds of cars. There's a lot of paper. Are you just taking it all, or how are you wanting to? Are you wanting to remove anything from the glove box?
As I'm like looking through, like, Larry dear, you should perhaps you all should try to sell some of this junk in order to recover some of the money from all these parking tickets. Goodness. But I want to look at the car manual things and see if one of them is for the what's his name's car. Doug.
Okay. Yeah, you look through some of the brochures, and you find or the car manuals, and you find that some of them are of similar makes and models as Doug's, and you find that some of these car manuals are for model cars, not for real driving vehicles,
Mhm.
which is kind of weird that he had just. It looks like he just kept all the important papers in here.
Can I call Al over and see if like there's one that matches the model car?
Sure. Before you do so, a piece of paper falls to the ground in this stack that you're kind of rifling through. Um, do you want to look at
I
anything else?
I will pick up the piece of paper that falls down.
Okay.
And look at it.
You find a brochure for pushing daisies in this stack. And you mavens know that Pushing Daisies is the retirement home um, here in Brindlewood Bay.
Hmm. Okay. I will set that kind of off to the side of my stack for a second,
Okay.
and be like, Al dear, come here. Does any of these look like the right one that goes with the car?
What is it you have, dear? With the car? Which car? Doug's car? Which of Doug's car? There are
What
many cars.
what you have in your hand?
Oh! And she'll pull it out. And, I don't know. Does it look similar to what I have?
I will find the one that like looks the closest to that, and I will like tuck the brochure into it like discreetly, and be like, oh yes, this looks like the one.
Well, that was a quick find.
Well, it helps that you found the car first.
It helps that we all work together to get to the bottom of this case here. The case of Amanda Delacourt, of course. Now, there's no other case going on here. No other meddling. If we're all done, we'll be on our way, right? Everyone? Mavens?
Are you done retrieving your items?
Oh yes. This is the manual, dear, that goes with the car.
Oh, okay. Car manual. Okay. Were there any other items that you guys needed to retrieve from the vehicle, or are we done here?
Did Dolores find it? I think this was all we were looking for, right? Anyone else looking for anything?
I think that Peggy is just sort of like so disturbed still by the incident that she's sort of huddled off to the side with, I don't remember Selena's character's name.
May?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So no, nothing here.
Okay. Well, we're gonna lock it down and tape it off. Do you Mavens need a ride home, or do you need an escort? I can get the sheriff to go and, we can get a patty going and get you guys in there.
No, it's fine. Just, no one's being murdered right now. Just a bunch of suicidal people.
And we do need our exercise, dear.
Okay. Well, you know how to reach us if you have any issues. I hope you ladies have a lovely night, despite everything that's happened. I'm gonna go talk to the sheriff now.
Good night, dear.
Thank you,
Okay.
dear.
Go enjoy the fun parts.
Yeah, I gotta wait for you guys to leave. I can't have you hovering around the car.
Oh, it's okay. You can go off and have your fun.
I really can't.
We'll be gone as soon as you are. It's okay.
You go first.
No, you.
Okay. All right. So with that, what are the Maven's next moves? Do you want to call it a night? Wait for the next morning, or do you want to? What do you want to do?
I think maybe we go back to one of our houses and discuss things
Okay,
in
sure.
private.
How are you getting to your house? Are you guys wanting to just hail a taxi? It is a walk. You will be walking at night because it is in the evening. It's already past midnight, I would say.
The library closed at midnight? Well,
The library
police had to
closed
come.
the library closed at, what was it, 11? Or was it 10?
I don't remember.
I think the library closed at 10. So I'm going to say that it's getting close to midnight, so it's probably 11:30-ish. So
Okay.
yeah, it's late.
So it's way past our grandma's bedtime.
It's way past all of your bedtimes.
I guess just a cab then.
Okay. We will do a cutscene of the Mavens getting into a cab. Next scene, you guys are at one of your houses.
I would have taken the tire iron.
Okay. The young officer writes it in his notes. And next cutscene, you mavens are in one of your homes. Now you can talk to each other. Go ahead, discuss what your next moves are.
I think it's particularly suspicious that we found this stuff in Ray's truck. We also, Al, you found some parts that looked like they could go to his car, right?
Oh, I found possibly one of Doug's model cars, but it isn't complete. It looks like somebody completed it and then it seems to have fallen apart some.
I thought you had said that there were like actual car parts that looked like maybe they were from his car.
Yes, but it
I just
seemed
missed
like
that.
it was more important to grab the model car.
Well, no, but I was just establishing the fact that you saw them. Like,
Oh,
were they
yes.
clean or dirty?
Oh, they were filthy.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Ray is
The ones
very
on
good
the
at cleaning anything.
Well, I just wasn't sure because the on Doug's actual car, some of the lower parts were fairly dirty, and the rest of his car was really nice and clean, and he took good care of it. So I was just wondering if maybe maybe Ray had switched out some parts.
Well, if Doug took care of his car pretty well, you would have noticed some dirty parts. Maybe he just couldn't bend over. Some people older than us have hard times bending over and getting things. Not me.
Maybe. But thing to keep in mind.
Oh, yes.
I definitely think it's a little suspicious though that he had so much stuff that was similar to Doug's car, and he has this model car, and Doug was interested in model cars, and oh, let's see, not that one. And Peggy, you went into Doug's garage.
Correct. And it was quite messy.
Yes,
to
I
tell
thought
the
you
boss.
said that. But kind of another similarity to Ray's truck, perhaps.
I'm
Was
trying to
there?
remember if it was like neatly stacked and just overflowing, or if it was like chaotic. I don't remember. So, I suppose in a way,
Was
yeah.
there anything? We did find some things in Ray's truck that pertained to Doug. Was there anything in Doug's house that pertained to Ray? I'm asking if there might have been some evidence that he was there, or any trying to
I mean,
suss
there
out
were the
motivation. You know.
footprints.
The muddy footprints.
We didn't
Well,
get too much information on those.
he also in his house he had a postcard for junkets on his fridge.
Oh yes, that's right.
Here, I took a picture. I didn't have my notepad today, so I couldn't take out down the phone number, but I took a picture of the note card. She pulls out her little Polaroid.
And then there also, and I'll open up the car manual. I also saw this in the truck as well. I thought it seemed interesting. Ray's or was, I guess, a rather young man. So why would he have a brochure for the retirement home.
You don't think he was trying to put it? Are they related?
I don't remember Doug having any family.
Very strange.
Well, was there anyone else that could have done something like this? Maybe if we go to the retirement home and ask them about Ray or Doug, see if they have some information there.
That might be a good idea. We'd have to wait until the morning, but I am quite tired, so...
Or we could sneak in and steal their records.
I'm
Well,
not interested in
I
music
do
right
need
now.
to-
It's okay.
I need to get home and feed my little fur babies. They're probably so hungry. It's past their dinner.
That's why I bring mine with me.
Your fur baby?
Yeah, I'll show my purse. My cat is
What?
in it.
Oh, your cat's in the purse. I forgot about that. Oh, hello! You cute little thing. I'm just gonna try to pet your cat.
No. She'll close the purse and turn away.
Oh, what a sweetheart.
Suffocation. No breathing.
The cat's living off of like carbon dioxide. Just eating persimmons.
Okay, so are we gonna sleep for the night? Are we
Yeah.
done for this day?
The day is done. We're all traumatized. Well, most of us are traumatized.
A red sun rises. Blood has been spilled this night.
There's a zombie horde tonight.
What?
When
Well.
the blood moon rises.
All right. So let's finish the evening with going around each maven, and I would like each maven to describe what are their final thoughts and how they're ending their evening. Let's start with Al.
Well, Michelle seems to have a motive, but we don't really have any kind of means or opportunity. The only thing we found in his house was that he has a lot of books from the library, or a library card that he's checked out a lot of books. The footprints don't really point to anyone, like anyone could have walked in and with dirty footprints. Ray seems crazy. I mean, he just murdered himself in front of 5 elderly women, so that's possible. But we don't really have any kind of motive from him. And then, like, did we have other suspects?
No, did you?
I guess
Potentially
that'll
the
be.
maid, the cleaning lady.
Oh yeah, that'll be
Well,
my
I
my
don't have
thoughts. You
anything
can go to somebody
specific.
else.
Okay. Well, how is Al going to bed? What does she do in a
Oh.
bed routine? Let's think of it like a cutscene of just like music is playing. What is Al's final scene for the evening?
She will get home and probably about midnight, right? And like minutes before midnight she gets home, and then a couple minutes later the 100 cuckoo clocks in her house just blare with her antique fantasy thing just like everywhere, and then
Deaf. Sleep with that.
it's the sound I go to sleep to.
I'm sure the neighbors have like had many complaints.
And yeah, just like patting her various wooden cat sculptures and like making sure her duck sculptures are all keeping her duck sculptures in a row, that kind of thing. And then like going into her bedroom and there's like mirrors everywhere, of different sorts on the wall, on the floor, like one of the standing mirrors and all that fun stuff. And she will look into a mirror and say, "It was us. We did it. Very good." And then,
Encouragement, encouragement.
yes, we did good. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Um, and settle in, getting into her felt fuzzy pajamas, um, pulling back like 7 layers of sheets, blankets, a comforter, um, and then just like sandwiching herself inside her bed.
Okay. um, let's go with Peggy. What are Peggy's final thoughts for the evening as she's getting ready for bed? And how is she getting ready for bed?
Yeah, I think she's sort of she stops by like a dresser to like take off like her like accessories and that type of thing and hang up her coat and sort of just like everything's like nicely pleated or like placed before she goes to the like wash her face and stuff. And as she's like washing her face, she's still like a little shaking because that was such a gruesome thing for her to see, and it's so she's not doing great about that, but she's also like thinking about like, okay, like um sort of like a trying to figure out like if she recognized that voice in the library still. Something like she had like forgotten about it in the heat of the moment with the tragedy that she witnessed, but like this is still like such a like she feels like a conspiracy is in the works, and like um a little excited by that concept, morbidly fascinated by that. And then uh as she like crawls into bed, and it's kind of like a in contrast to everything else in her house being like very neatly plated and stuff, her bed's like never made. So she's just like burrowing under the nest of blankets basically, still sort of like running through different people that she sees in town, trying to place who could be connected, who would have been in the library, who would have told her that they needed to stop.
Yeah, definitely a very traumatic day for Peggy. But for Dolores, um, what are Dolores's final thoughts? And how is she putting herself to bed for the evening?
Um, she's not quite OCD, but she does like come home, or she has like her hand sanitizer with her. When she come home, she like her clothes go into like a UV sanitizer thing before they're hung up, before they get washed. And she goes and will feed her cat only the best, whatever that may be. Probably not from a can. I think she would probably make it and then maybe can it herself. So whatever she anyway. And she would take a shower and get in her pink nightwear. Lay in her bed with the pink covers and mini fluffy pillows, fuzzy fluffy pillows. She probably has a journal. She would write about the day and reflect about how she'd always figured that the cops were the police were inept, but this just confirms it, and it's absolute buffoonery, and they have to be brought up at the next time at the town meeting, possibly even the financial meeting. They may need to cut back and hire quality policemen instead of the quantity that they currently have. Um, but then, kind of thinking about the weird goings on, not knowing why that man must have killed himself. He probably was mentally unwell and doesn't put much stock into like it happening for no reason. He's probably guilty of something. Um, but is kind of curious about the tire iron. Mainly because, prim and proper and perfect recognizes each other. So,
Okay. May. What are May's thoughts for the evening as she puts herself to sleep?
May or Mabel?
May.
Okay. May is still pretty upset about what happened. Being the closest to what happened. And so she's gonna go home and she's gonna make some tea and sit in her recliner with like a little warm bottle or something and grab her cat on the way to the chair after giving them some food, making sure they eat first. And she's just gonna sit in her recliner and kind of just pet her cat and think back on how that could have went so wrong with her just asking about the junk. Like, something was obviously going on with him beforehand, and was wondering what he did before all of that that would make it so that her questioning if she could even look at junk is the thing that sent him overboard. And I don't think she's going to get a lot of sleep that night. She's probably going to fall asleep in her armchair with her cat and her dog by her.
Okay. Now with that, she is not going to get good sleep. Doop-doo. I would like you to also narrate how dark entities or dark callings are subtly revealing themselves to May as she's trying to pet her pets in comfort and not feeling comforted.
Can I ask what kind? Because I'm kind of confused on that. The dark spirit
What is
thing.
something that May is afraid of? What is something that one of her insecurities that might be coming to her? An intrusive thought, if you will.
Okay. Mm. I think her probably losing herself. Like, what if she goes crazy at some point and does something terrible? Because she's just not in her right mind or anything. Like, she would hate to be not herself.
Okay. So with that, May has many dreams that turn into nightmares of May becoming not just losing herself in a mental way, ego kind of way, but physically changing into something or someone else. And it keeps May up, and as she keeps waking up and falling back asleep and having this same recurring nightmare, this fear of becoming someone she's not, of losing herself physically and mentally. With that, we will go to Mabel. Mabel, what are your final thoughts for the evening, and how are you putting yourself to rest? If Mabel is still here. Mabel?
Mabel,
Mabel!
Oh my god, she's dead!
don't go towards the
Yeah.
light, Mabel.
Mabel, can I have you go through, just narrate your final thoughts as you're putting yourself to sleep? What is Mabel thinking about as she's getting ready for bed?
I'm not sure if this is enough sleeping pills.
I better double the dose.
As she checks on like the stuff in her kitchen. And while Doug and Ray
Mabel, you
either
keep
of the
dropping out. If you could repeat that, the Doug and Ray part.
she's just like concoct
We didn't catch any of that. Did we lose you entirely?
She's gone over to the other side.
The sleeping pills kicked in, I guess.
We missed Mabel.
Oh no.
Is this better?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Wi-Fi is kind of wonky at the moment. Because a couple minutes ago, dropped out and then came back. So she puts food out for the cats and she goes into the kitchen and she makes some tea. And she's sipping on that as she's checking on her like concoctions in the kitchen and stuff. Thinking about the connection between Doug and Ray and how odd that is, and whether there might be another person involved and what that connection might be. Or whether it's just like Ray and his instability that was the cause of Doug's death. And so once she does that, she like rinses out her teacup and sets it on the shelf again, and goes in to get in bed. She pulls back her lovely little quilt, and climbs in, and her dog Marina hops up and like curls up at her feet, and she goes to sleep.
Okay. Same prompt for you. What can I have you narrate how dark entities are suddenly revealing themselves to you? Like, what is an intrusive thought that Mabel does not want, but it keeps coming to mind?
Like being concerned that because like they threatened to like arrest us or whatever. So I guess like being concerned about that and somebody finding out about her secret. And to like face some sort of consequences for it.
Okay.
Even though she doesn't feel like she did anything wrong.
Okay. With that, Mavens, when you wake up in the morning, what are you all doing? Where is the next place that you want to head to?
That's a great
Yes.
question.
Maybe we should meet up at the cafe before we go to the elder's home. If we're gonna do that.
Sure.
That sounds
Yeah.
Or
Do you guys
meet up
want
at our
to?
usual spot.
We're going to Waffle House.
You guys are going to the Brindlewood Bay Waffle House.
Guys
All
just
right,
got
I'll bring an iron
waffles.
chair. I got this.
You guys wake up and
Let me at him.
get ready, and you go to your coffee spot to have your morning group meeting. Do you guys want to take a break? Quick 5-minute break. Go grab a drink or whatever, and then we'll come on back.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll go find my brass knuckles.
We don't need real world immersion for this. It's okay.
We're going to Waffle House. We need them.
You mavens
Oh, my mic
go
didn't even pick that
to
up.
your local Waffle House here in Brindlewood Bay, because of course Brindlewood Bay has a Waffle House. And you all have your beverages of choice. You have a nice circle booth, and you notice that it's awfully quiet in the morning. Normally there'd be like a lot of people out and about, but you get the sense that there's just not a lot of people in here. What are you guys talking about? Where are you wanting to head to?
Well, it is 4 a.m. There's not a lot of people out at 4 a.m. Gotta wake up super early because we're old.
Gotta wake up super early so that you get the best coffee.
None of that bottom of the pot shit.
They know by now to
So-
put on a fresh pot when we walk in.
Did anyone have any extra thoughts about what has happened yesterday? We talked about it a little bit, but, is there anything that we might have missed that we...
Well, I don't think so. We know that he was very clean. Doug was very clean with his shoes, but there are shoes prints in there, and he seems to have a connection to the junk man, who has a connection to the elderly home. Are we missing anything?
Is Radiator our prime suspect, then?
I
What
don't
was-
know. Michelle was acting kind of weird.
Beatrice also was there when she found the body, or so she says.
I mean, she couldn't find it without being there.
Well, yes, but if she had killed him and then said that she found the body...
Yes.
Was Ray in charge of Jacket's junk, or is that somebody else?
Would we know this?
Yeah, you all would probably know. You would have seen Ray driving around town. Let's have the group do a thing. Let's have everyone do a reason roll.
It's my
And
favorite
depending
kind of
on-
roll. With
Depending
reasons
on
in it.
how you do,
Oats and
uh,
reasons.
Sounds reasonable.
I will tell you something. Otherwise, you'll have to make something up.
Please.
And this is a
Miss
day
Sarah?
move.
I didn't mean to roll that. The dice thing is not working.
That's okay. So just a reminder that it is the day. Even though it's very early in the morning, it is still the day move. When you do something risky or face something you fear, name what you're afraid of will happen if you fail or lose your nerve. This isn't that kind of. This isn't. This isn't anything risky. You're just searching your memory for what's going on. But just as you go and do other things, keep that in mind. Okay, what are the roles we have?
Okay, there we go. For some reason, the roller went into a sliver and wouldn't come out.
6.
Okay.
I have 6.
Less reason.
Did anyone get a 12 or above?
Nope.
Peggy and Al got 11s.
Okay. Well, Peggy and Al, Peggy, let's give you a thing. You remember seeing Ray driving around town. You've all seen Ray driving around town, but Peggy, you specifically remember seeing him like through sifting through dumpsters and garbage cans. You remember seeing him dumpster diving at several businesses and sometimes houses late at night, when you'd be out, for a evening walk. And
Okay.
Al, you remember let's see here. I would say that yeah, you have seen him frequent the junkyard. Usually he'd be there like trying to get some junk. You never really saw him bringing junk there in the sense of, oh, I'm getting rid of my junk. But you did see him frequent there. Now the rest of you, what have you seen Ray do? Starting with Peggy. Tell me a story or memory you have of Ray.
Starting with me.
Mhm.
In addition to this.
Well, this is something that
Okay. I'm sorry. I should have been thinking about that as it was. I feel like so having oh gosh. Doing her like walking when she can, her evening strolls and all that as well. So like she did see all that, but there's also been like times when she'd like find something like on the side of the road, like trash wise, and like would like be like, hey, like this might be worth looking at rather than just tossing. Like it's not like it's like a old hubcap or something like that. And he always was eager to collect the item, I think would be something that might have happened.
Okay.
So like stuff that is like technically litter, but like it's not just like paper or that type of byproduct.
Okay. And Al, what is a memory you have about Ray, or an interaction, or seeing him do something?
Well, there was that one time when Ray was sifting through the dumpsters at the hardware store, just dumpster diving for anything he could. And I asked him what he was looking for, and he just said junk, and just dove right in like a possum at the grocery store. It's just he was a strange fellow, but he knew what he wanted. That's a lot of junk.
Okay. I believe that you two have that information and you're sharing it with the Mavens. As you guys are discussing amongst yourselves and reminiscing these things about Ray, two police officers walk in to the restaurant, and instead of waiting for the server, they come and sit in your aisle, your section, where you guys are sit. And they sit about 3 tables behind you guys.
Are these officers we saw before? Or like last night? Not just in town.
I would say that you recognize them as you've seen them throughout your interactions with the police. If you want, you can roll you can do a day move on these this trying to figure out something with these police. But it's just something you guys all see.
Okay. I don't think we should be interacting with the cops just yet, because they might want to just, like, prevent us from finding more clues, because if they've deemed Doug's case as a suicide, they might not want us to look into it anymore, and would prevent us from proving it would have been murder. But if anyone else wants to do anything, I'm just eating my waffles and having my coffee.
I want to, like, try to eavesdrop on them.
Okay. How do you want to do this? And are you using a floopy doop
Let me see if there's anything
action?
that would be helpful.
I love that technical term of floopy doop.
It's not a skill, it's an action. Or a floopy doop. How do you want to do a back roll?
Do a barrel roll.
I guess I just would like be eating, but be really quiet and kind of like have my head slightly turned so that one of my ears is more facing them a little bit, but it doesn't look like I'm like paying attention still. And I would kind of like put my finger up to my mouth to indicate to the others to like be quiet and listen for a minute.
Okay. What action are you wanting to do to try and eavesdrop on these officers? Because you will have to put in a little effort to try and hear their conversation.
I'm going to say composure because it says intense concentration.
Okay. So this will be a day move. What is something you are Mabel is afraid of will happen if you fumble this action? Or you lose your nerve? What is something you fear will happen?
I guess that they will notice and have been given orders to take us to the police station for questioning.
Okay, yeah. Sounds reasonable. Let's go ahead and make that roll. Let me know what you get.
All right. So we have +2 is 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay, and that's with the disadvantage. The
Yeah.
taking those from right. Okay, 9. So you put your finger and just kind of signal to the mavens to keep quiet. And you kind of adjust your ear to listen to this thing. But you in doing so, you realize you are going to have to turn your head a bit more to try and hear, and it will be noticeable as there is no one else between in the table between your table and the officer's table. So it will be pretty noticeable that you are turning to try and listen in. Do you want to go through with it?
Well, there's what, 4 of us, right?
Yes.
4, 5,
5 of us.
5 of us. So I will turn like towards one of the others, so it looks like I'm looking at them, as
Okay.
opposed to like turning my head to listen.
Okay. So you turn your head, and even though you've told the mavens that you guys need to be quiet, it looks like you are facing. What's the fellow maven next to you?
Um, I don't know. That's a good question.
Who would be sitting next to Mabel?
Sure, Al can.
Okay. So you're just from the outside perspective, this old lady turns her head to just have a staring contest with her fellow maven, Al. You guys aren't is it if anyone is making a noise, but otherwise Mabel has told you all to be silent. So it's a little odd looking from the outside perspective.
Also, kind of like lean towards her a little bit too, and pretend like I'm like whispering to her or something,
Okay.
Al
The
but
Al
not
will
actually.
like
I move my lips, but I'm not
will
actually
kind of
making sound.
look over at Mabel, staring very, very closely at her, and like, did I get maple syrup on me? What are you looking at?
okay. You hear the officer say, man, that was a really gruesome sight last night. Just 2 suicides in one night. Two suicides in one day is wild. I really didn't think. I mean, well, you know how Ray lived. And you hear the other officer just like, yeah, it's poor guy. Just, he was always pressured by his dad. Just kind of felt like he just wasn't doing enough. Man, it's really kind of unfortunate the way he went. But I really don't know about Doug. That truly was surprising. Guy seemed really happy. And the other officer's like, yeah, I agree. Like, it was really weird. Maybe we should do something, like to help the old people. And the other officer is like, yeah, remember why we're here. Okay. And then they both get quiet, and Al, and the rest of you get the sense of somebody looking at you. and you can tell that it's yes, the officers are just sipping their coffee and they're kind of glancing at you guys, but you get the sense that someone else is looking at you. The officers are done talking.
Alright, and then I'll sit back up and like start eating some of my food.
Okay. What are your next moves, Mavens?
Finish breakfast.
And then?
And then.
And we were
And
going
then?
to the old people home, right?
I would like
Um,
your strongest potions.
As we're wrapping up breakfast, could Peggy kind of was like,
You needed
"Oh
to go
well,
box.
I'm gonna use the restroom." And then like gets up and can she like subtly like or try and subtly like glance around to see if anybody else is like staring at them or
Of
like
course.
see?
Yeah.
Be-
You get up. We'll have this be an action move. So, what action are you wanting to use or do to try and see if there's anyone else looking at you?
I think composure because I don't want to make it obvious that I'm like looking and investigating that. So I think that makes the most sense for me. If that also makes sense to you, that'd be cool. But
Yeah, calm
so
disposition.
it's an 8, I think,
Okay.
in total.
Tell me, what is a thing, something that could go wrong with this composure?
Right. In the very like literal sense, like she could like trip and like make a scene and like crash into a table, because she's so focused on like looking around, or another thing that could go wrong is she like draws the attention of whoever is looking at them. I think those would be her two biggest concerns.
Sure. Okay. Let's have you, and you rolled an 8.
8 in total, yeah. 6 plus
Okay.
2.
So you look around, and you could see the servers just kind of keeping an eye on you guys, making sure you guys don't need anything else. You see the police officers are looking at you, and you get the sense that there is something outside that is looking at you through the window. You don't see any people, but you still feel eyes from outside. And you just can't get quite a good look because you would have to go. The bathrooms are in the restaurant, down this, hall that doesn't have any windows, and you would have to go the opposite direction. So you would look a little weird, like I'm going to go outside to the bathroom, the tree, the bush, or something. But yes, you get the sense that there's something outside that is watching you.
Okay. I'll relay that when I like return.
Okay.
Make quick work and come back then. And then we wanted to go to the retirement home, right? That was our next step. Sorry if I.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Okie dokie.
the thing outside, you said that there's something outside, but we can't see it, but it can look at us.
You get the sense that there's something watching you.
Okay. Al is gonna like just quickly say, "Okay, so on our way to the retirement home," and very quickly get up and like purposefully spill the coffee on the table, like all over the plates and whatnot. And it's like, "Oh my dear!" And then when like people are like trying to clean it up or like coming over to help, she's gonna look out the window and see if there's like anyone or anything suspicious outside. Just quick glance.
Sure. So as you look out the window, you see that there is a crow that is sitting atop a vehicle, parked in the parking lot of the Waffle House. and it's just staring at you. It's just standing there and staring. It's not moving. It's not flying off. It's just staring. Just this single crow. And as you are moving on the table and you get up and you bend down, its head moves with your head.
Is there significance to the vehicle? Like, what kind of vehicle is it? Like, is it Ray's vehicle or is it a cop's car?
It is not a cop's car. It is a vehicle that looks like some of the models you had seen in Doug's house.
But not Doug's car?
No.
Okay, so it looks like an old car that looks similar to the models that he had, but it's not his car.
No.
Okay. Is it... this is a lot of stuff just in this small span of time, but is it, like, well kept? Like Doug's car was?
I mean, the car seems old-fashioned. It's taken care of, but it is worn with age.
Okay, so...
yeah.
More worn than Doug's car.
Yes.
Okay.
It is... let me phrase it this way. It is a car that is interesting because it is like those kind of old-fashioned kind of cars. Something that, is seen as maybe like a collectible. And it is surprising to see vehicles of this age and model still drivable in the sense that it's at a parking lot. Its tires are fine, it's not missing, it's not on cinder blocks or anything. It is an old car, but it is taken care of.
Okay. Yeah, and after I take that quick 5-minute glance, I'll go back to helping clean up the mess that I made. Oh, and my apologies. And that coffee just going straight to me. I'm full of energy.
All right. Well.
It must be the 30s because I've got the jitters.
With that, the Mavens get up and a cutscene happens of Mavens giving up, paying their bill, and one of you's like, to the retirement home. And how are you getting at the retirement home? Are you guys taking a taxi? Are you guys just one of you drive?
Didn't someone have a car?
Carpooling.
I think we should fake like we're checking in one of us.
I have a truck.
Yeah, someone had a vehicle.
Okay, you're all piled in the truck.
I have a tire iron.
Okay.
Sitting
Two
in the
rows
back,
of bench seats, and that second row is a little questionable.
Sitting in the back like we did when we were kids.
Yep.
No seatbelts.
Peggy, you get to the retirement home, and the next scene happens with you all driving up to the retirement home, and you turn the car off, and you all get out of the vehicle. And there is pushing daisies in front of you. You guys walk
Dead
in?
AF.
I'm so glad that my children didn't put me in this horrible
What
place.
a terrible name for a retirement home.
True.
Sounds
What's wrong
like
with
they're going to kill you
daisies?
all. Sounds like they're going to kill you.
Sounds like an
I think
all-in-one
it's a
stop
lovely
shop.
name.
Do-
Retirement home and funeral.
I'm gonna
Perhaps
take her
want
little
to-
camera and take a picture of the front.
Was there anything written on the brochure, or it just was a brochure?
It is a brochure that because you didn't open it, did you take it? I thought you took the model.
I tucked it into the model booklet.
Ah, okay. Well, it's a brochure about this retirement home. It advertises that this building is very large. It's got adequate space for all of your retirement needs. It's a 3-story building. Have you know?
Whoa.
Yes, quite large. It's one of the tallest
Sounds awfully
buildings.
dangerous for old people.
It's one of the tallest buildings in Brindlewood Bay. It advertises that we have stairs for those that want to remain youthful. But for those with creaky knees, we have an elevator between floors.
Just one.
It advertises just one though. It advertises that there are a breakfast and lunch meal that is like on a routine. The brochure advertises about several activities for their guests and people who live at the facility. There's afternoon crafts and hobby time. There's a big dinner usually that's very enjoyable. And then it advertises that there are even some fun evening activities, such as dancing, as well as some other socials. And there is mental health services for those who need counseling or have lost loved ones, those who are needing AA services or meetings, and the like. It's all in this brochure. It's a trifold brochure. And at the final page, it has a picture of an elderly gentleman and his elderly wife, and they're just both giving thumbs up in front of the Pushing Daisies retirement home.
Hi, my name is Alcoholic, and I'm an alcoholic. Hi, Al.
Hi, Al. How long have you been clean, Al?
Oh, about 15
30
minutes now. Gotta go strong this time. Oh, lunchtime.
I think I'll have a mimosa.
Time for some liquid bread.
Ugh.
Okay. How are you guys entering the facility?
Do we want to maybe pretend we have like an older sibling or one of us wants to be
Yeah, we
in the
could just
retirement
ask.
home?
We could just like say that we're potentially interested and ask for a tour.
We are of age.
Oh my god, dog. Could you fucking settle? Okay. Sorry.
Okay. So you guys are just walking through the front doors.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
They
we're breaking
are-
the windows.
Yeah.
It's however you guys want to enter the building. Going through the front doors is always a great strategy. They are glass opening doors. And there is a gentleman that is standing at the entrance. And he says, hello there. Are you checking in or wanting a tour, visiting?
Yes, we heard so much good things about this place. We have a brochure, and we'd like to check it out and see what this place is all about. Some fun people live here, right?
And also see maybe we have some friends already living here. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, come right in. If you would. And he kind of walks you all in through the doors. And he says, you have a brochure. Wonderful, wonderful. If you would wait right here in this waiting room, I will go and get one of our assistants, one of our CNAs who's excellent at giving the tour guides, and we'll be with you in just a moment. Do you
Thank
need
you,
any
young man.
water, any drinks, coffee, anything?
Oh, I
Whiskey.
wouldn't mind a coffee if you're offering.
Whiskey
Yes,
and a coffee? Okay.
some coffee would be lovely.
And what was that? I'm sorry.
I will take a coffee as well.
Oh, okay. So 2 coffees, 1 whiskey. Okay. Well, and he
Wow,
waits for
that
you
was
guys to
easy.
sit in the waiting room, and then he's like, "I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere."
Wow,
So-
a retirement home that offers whiskey.
Don't even need to go to the bar. Just say you want a tour at the retirement home.
Aggressive.
Okay.
Winning over my my vote already.
You want to come? You want to join?
You'll give
Come
me
to
whiskey
Pushing
every
Daisies
day.
Retirement Home. That's why we have AA. It's needed.
You come in
We are
drunk.
both the problem and the solution.
Yeah. we offer the problem and the solution, just to keep them here.
Like any good oh god, business. There we go.
While he's gone, does anyone have some quick fingers to check the computer? Does anyone have any technological experience? We want to see if Doug
idea.
has been trying to get in or Ray has been connected to these people.
Afraid not, dear. I've never had much use for those
I-
computers.
I mean,
I did have some small experience with some keyboards and my work.
I'm more
Um,
interested in things that are older than me.
I do have some, but it's been quite a while.
I'm freshly retired. Yeah. What? So, would that be a reason check or a reason move?
Mhm.
And then you want to know what I'm afraid will happen, which is that they'll come back before I'm done.
Yes. What are
Okay.
you wanting to do?
I want to look to see if, um, I think maybe if I have time for 2 checks, I'd like to first check to see if Doug is on like an application or like a registry or a mailing list or something like that, or like a incoming member. I don't know what the word would be there. Resident, that's the word.
Yeah, resident. Yeah.
And then I would, yeah.
Prisoner.
Prisoner.
And then if I have time for a second check, I'd want to see if Ray was on like a payroll of some sort. So that's a total of a 7, which is not great, but not awful.
Okay. And the fear is that you might get caught.
They come back before we're caught, and yeah, and then I'm
Okay.
asked to leave.
I'm gonna say that is a pretty legitimate fear. The guy seemed pretty youthful. Seemed in good shape. So, time wise, you don't know how far the kitchen is, or if he's just got like a beverage station nearby. That is
Mhm.
a very legitimate concern. Would you like to proceed?
Maybe just like initially, like I think I'd like to like wake up the computer and see if I can see anything like that's easily pulled up, and then if it is easily pulled up, then I would like to proceed with that. But if it like looks like it's going to take a minute to like boot up or something like that, then I would probably back off.
Okay. You do tell that the computer is on, and you give the mouse a shake, and there's a screen that has guest check-in information, and there's a sign-in form that is on the computer that usually a person would have to fill out. Um, and there is some tabs for finding residents, and it has like residence rooms numbers. You may search for one thing in this time. If
Okay.
you would like to search for more things, you can search up to 3 things in this time. But if if you search for 2 things, the gentleman will come back, and he will notice that you have time to try and get away from the computer in that sense. But your search will be on the screen. If you search 3 things, he will catch you using the computer.
Not if I distract him.
I
So 1,
think
all
I'll
good.
start
2,
with like that.
okay. So what do you
Yeah.
want to search?
The you said there's like a guest catalog, like a sign-in sheet, right?
Mhm.
And then I feel like that's going to be the most fruitful, just because they weren't technically residents, either of these 2 people. So that might be beneficial. And then I feel like we could at least get down the hallway before he looks at his computer. So I'll search that, and then oh gosh. I don't know what the second thing. I feel like it's a waste to not do 2 searches. But I'm not sure what the second
I
one
think
should be.
I want to like whichever way he went, I want to go stand over there, and like when he comes back, I want to ask if he remembered to bring cream and sugar for the coffee in case he
okay.
has to go back for it.
Sure. Well, let's. So the first thing that you want to search for is if Doug
Either Doug or Ray
was
had. Yeah.
if Doug was a resident or was becoming a resident, or what specifically
Yeah,
about Doug?
I got kind of confused. Sort of like you were listing the different ways to search, or like the different like databases. I got kind of confused on what would be possible to search.
Anything,
And I was trying
pretty
to work
much.
within that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if either Doug had like um my brain has disappeared. I'd like to search if either he's like becoming a resident or like visited recently. I think but those are 2 different databases, aren't they?
Yeah. So pick one. If he was in the process of becoming a resident, or if he did like a tour of the facility. Is that kind of what you're wanting to see?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So which of those would you like?
Those were 2 different things. That is a good point. Let's go ahead and do like the if he like had toured to see if he wanted, like if he had visited with the intention of becoming but hadn't like applied yet, I think. Is
Okay.
sort of what I was thinking.
I will say that in your search, you do find that Doug did do a tour of this facility. Fairly recently, actually. It looks like it was about a week ago. And his name comes up on some residents. That he did a tour to with the specific resident that lives in this facility. And you find that he did a tour with Beatrice O'Clean.
Okay.
That was the
Housekeeper.
most recent. Yes. The housekeeper, but also the person that he did the tour with a week ago.
Okay. And then you said if I did a second search, I'd have time to like get away, but I wouldn't have to like.
Yes, you would have time
Okay.
to get away from the computer, so he wouldn't see you at the computer, but whatever you searched for will be left on the screen.
I visited anybody recently.
Yeah, he visited. He didn't visit anyone, but he did a tour with Beatrice O'Clean.
No, Ray.
Oh, Ray, what are you searching
Your mic
for
cut out
Ray?
really bad.
Oh, sorry. My audio. Well, I couldn't hear you guys respond. It's been dropping in and out. So when you guys were saying Amanda was having troubles, I fully just thought it was my computer until everybody else was also having issues. I think a second search. I'd like to see if Ray had been there recently. See if maybe he visited someone specific.
Okay.
So,
Let me take a look at my notes. See. Okay, so you type in Ray D. Ader into the search bar, and his name pops up in the search bar, and it's loading. It seems to take a really long time for it to load, and then the screen refreshes, and it says 0 search results, and then there's like some static that starts to appear, and at first you think it's your eyes that are getting fuzzy, and you realize it's the screen, and the screen starts glitching out. And as you're looking at this screen, bewildered as it's just flashing green and blue and red, and there's parts of squares that are like dead pixels showing up, you see the search result bring up one search result, and you see that it brings up an address, a resident location here in the building, but you don't see a name. And then the glitch flashes again, and the screen goes back to a 0. And now is your time to, if you would like to leave the computer or
yeah,
do
I'll
a third final
skedaddle.
search. Okay. And as you get away from the computer, you go sit at your chair. The gentleman comes to the turns the corner and bumps into you, Mabel, and says, "Oh, you must have really wanted your coffee. Here you are."
Yes, dear. Did you remember to bring enough cream and sugar?
Oh, I actually only brought sugar, but I didn't bring cream. That's something that we don't normally. What kind of cream do you prefer? We normally have almond milk.
Oh,
It's bougie.
I normally just use normal cream, dear, but almond milk will be fine if you have some.
Of course. Let me go.
Thank you
As
so
he
much.
quickly steps around. He's like, "Let me go give them their drinks, and then I'll come back with your cream." Hands the other coffee, and he hands Al the whiskey. And the whiskey's very like. It seems really nice, but it's not a lot. It's like maybe an ounce of liquor, and there's a lot of ice cubes in it that are really big. And he just kind of like he looks at his computer station, and he's like, "Oh, damn, system is glitching out again. Okay, well, I'll put in a ticket with IT later. I'll be right back for the almond milk for you.
Is that a common issue? We don't want to
Oh,
go somewhere with a computer system that fails all the time.
we have a new system in place,
This darn
technology.
technology.
Yeah, it gets a little weird sometimes. It's not something that happens very often, but every now and then. Just this building has been here for quite a long time. it's a very old facility, and it wasn't easy getting fiber in here. So,
Well, you
now
need
and then
lots of
it's kind of
fiber when
weird.
you're getting old.
Very good. Yes, agreed. Okay. Well, I will be back with your almond milk. Your tour guide should be coming in just a few. She should be coming down shortly. I'll be back. Heads off. Mavens, what would you like to do? That's a cat. Hi, cat. Hi, cat.
Booty.
You just like
Kitty!
this is not cuddles. Mavens, you hear the elevator that's kind of across from this waiting room lobby. You hear the numbers ding, ding, ding as it's coming down. Is there anything you guys would like to do?
I want to share, like, I'm assuming I like talked about the glitches at the same time, but was I able to like make note of what that address or that resident room was, or was it too fast?
It was too fast, unfortunately, but you
Okay.
could tell that there was one search result.
Okay.
There was one what?
Search result.
Oh, search result.
Peggy, do you want to let the Mavens know what you found on the computer?
Yeah, absolutely. There's trying to figure out how to get an old lady voice. I think you're just gonna get my sleepy gravel instead. Uh, it was very strange. The dog has toured with Beatrice, his cleaning lady. I don't think she said she went anywhere with him normally. And Ray didn't seem to have visited recently, but the computer did something strange, and for a moment it looked like there was a room his name was listed as visiting, but it cleared pretty much right away. And the screen was so fuzzy and it moved too quickly.
Perhaps he
hard
has
on these old
a
eyes.
relative here.
I am
We
half
could
deaf. I
pretend
don't know what you
like
said.
that relative is a friend of ours and ask if they live here
Who was the
on our
relative?
tour.
Did you say a name?
What? No, she didn't say a name. I was suggesting that maybe Ray visited a relative.
Oh, I see. So we ask about
It's
Ray? If we don't have a name
I
and we
was
don't have a room
unable to
number, how
see.
do we investigate this person?
Well, we can ask on the tour if any of Ray's family live here, so that we can and say we know them, and so we can give our condolences.
Do you think they know about his death yet?
Um,
It's only
I
been
can't imagine it wouldn't be in the paper.
12
So
hours.
4
Maybe
a.m.
less.
The elevator finally reaches the floor. And ding, the doors open. And a woman that you saw yesterday comes out. And she's got a name tag on that she's adjusting as she starts walking to the lobby and she starts fixing her clothes, making sure she looks presentable. And you all recognize it to be Beatrice O'Clean. And she gets to the lobby and she looks up and she's like, "Oh, Mavens. I was told I was doing a tour guide. Eh, is do you know? Did my Are you guys part of the? Are you guys wanting a tour?
Hey, you work here?
I do. Yes, I'm part of the Sunshine group here. And I just
Oh, lovely, lovely, dear.
help out.
You're
They're
so
lucky to have
kind.
you. How are you
Well,
recovering from yesterday?
oh, I it's best to keep my mind off of things, you know? I try and oh, poor dog. It's going to take a little bit. And it's not something I really want to talk about. But doing this, just doing these things and helping people, and the residents here is helping.
Well, we're not the type of people to bring up the past or push in on anyone dying at all. No, we're not those types of people.
Of course. Okay, well, if you're all ready, shall we start the tour?
Will that nice young man catch up with us? He was supposed to bring some almond milk for my coffee.
Oh, yes, that is one of our staff here. Yes, we'll catch up with him. He should be. Usually, he stays right here. Yeah, we'll catch
But
up with him
he
on
was
our
so kind in offering us something to drink.
Yes, yeah. Everyone is actually very kind here. It's one of the selling um features of this place is that all of the staff are very personable and respectful and kind. Um, they have a just they make this place very very lovely to be at.
Hmm.
To die for.
Okay. Well, starting from the top, if you would all follow me, we will get into the elevator right over there, and we will start the tour. And she leads you all to the elevator.
Hmm.
She says, "So, Mavens, I wasn't really well. Don't take it as any offense, but I wasn't really expecting to see you all today. Especially here. Did something happen?"
Oh no, dear. We're just curious. Um
Well, we know that we're getting on in years, so
It's
it's always
best to make
best to
the
be
plans.
prepared. I'd
With
rather choose my own home than have somebody else do it for me.
with what happened to Doug yesterday and you finding him there, I think it might be a bit safer if we were more social and staying in some place that could offer benefits other than being a home alone and dying a horrible, gruesome death all by
Yeah,
yourself
And
with no one
well,
to.
since we're all friends, we decided to come in together. Might as well make a trip out of it.
Yes, we were looking forward to the group activities that we could be a part of.
She kind of winces when you bring up Doug's gruesome death and everything.
Oh,
Just like,
my apologies. I forgot already.
it's quite all right. I understand. Yes, this facility has a lot of wonderful events and activities to do. We have all of our rooms on the third floor. We have our, as you all see, we have our activities hall on the second floor, as well as some little amenities rooms like a hairdresser and a game checkout store and a small library. Um, and then on the first floor, we have the cafeteria and yes, those are all of the things that we have.
I
And
guess my first concern is if there's a fire in the electricity goes out? How do you get all the elderly people downstairs without them falling?
Well, we do have stairs. That we have an elevator that usually works with a pulley system, and it is claimed to work even during a fire. But Lord forbid anything to.
Well, I'm just curious because I have bad hips. It's just
Yes.
a 3-story building just seems awfully daunting.
I
Yes,
hear
do
you're
you
getting
have
a.
stair lifts with the little chairs.
Just the
I
wait
heard you-
longer to
I heard you're
have
getting
it downstairs.
a spiral ramp installed in the back. Have a little
Or a slide?
Yes,
in
we
case
are.
of an emergency.
Oh, a fireman's pool would be so much fun.
Can we get one in our
Oh,
room?
we're trying not to fall, dear.
Oh, I mean, if I can get helped up by a fireman, I'd fall all the time.
Me too.
Wow, amazing.
Wouldn't be the first, Dolores.
Is it RP or not? We don't know.
Okay. She seems like just a little baffled. And she's like, I don't really. Yes, we are working on another system of stairways, specifically for emergencies. But
Stairway to heaven.
Highway to hell.
but we're still working with the fire department on what the best system is for that. Well, with that, every room, every resident room, and every activity room has a state-of-the-art fire system that can detect smoke. So be very careful if you're cooking in your little unit, and if you burn something, the smoke alarm will go off.
What about
and-
vaping?
We don't really. We would prefer that you didn't do that in your rooms, as it can, leave a scent that some residents might not like. But
Well, but if we are the ones
It's medicinal,
in
my
our
dear. It's
room,
medicinal.
If
if
a,
I'm
fi-
living in my room, how
if a
would the
fire-
other residents notice?
if a
Yes, why don't they
firefighter
mind their
did
own
come up, I
business?
would be catching the vapors.
oh, yes. Well, if you do tend to need those vices, we do have counseling programs here that can help alleviate your need for said
Is there?
vaping or alcohols. We do have an AA meeting that meets every Friday evening. And we have actually many residents who take part in it. I hear it's very enjoyable. And some of our residents have been clean for quite a long time.
Hygiene
Are
is a
these-
good.
Are these AA meetings open bar?
No, I don't know. I've actually never
Open
attended
cheese bar?
one. I don't partake.
Oh, I love cheese.
Maybe that's where all the firemen are at the charcuterie.
Good one,
Good one,
Dolores.
dear.
All right. The elevator. In all this time, you notice that the elevator is taking quite a long time to go up each level.
It's the interdimensional elevator.
And you finally
Nothing
get to the
suspicious here.
3rd floor, and you hear a ding. And she's like, "Oh, wonderful. Right this way." And she starts going off about the different aisles in this facility in the resident hall. There are 5 aisles. And there are some residents that are even like kind of talking amongst themselves, standing in the hallways onto the side, having conversations and such.
Do
As
they
we
look
walk through, I
normal
want
or do they look weirdly depressed like we're in a bad movie?
Do you want to do a what are
I
you
would like
wanting to
to
do,
say
like an
hello,
action or a
just
meddling
greet
move?
someone as I'm walking by.
She
And,
wants to do a wellness check.
yeah.
Sure. Okay.
I'll just be like,
Yeah.
hello, we're touring with, how do you like it here? And, that'd be, oh no, it's a sensitivity, wouldn't it be? And I have -1 in sensitivity.
I
Or
think
would,
everybody has -1.
I think it'd be composure
or was
or
it,
presence, because sensitivity
yeah.
usually deals with the weird occult
Oh,
things.
okay. I forgot to hover over the things before I started. Um, the, perhaps the, oh gosh. I kind of feel like presence makes more sense to me. So
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna say that, which is a 5. It's really bad. I got a 5.
Okay. That's just a straight fail.
Mood.
Rip.
So you try and say hi to some of the residents that are standing in the halls talking to themselves, and it doesn't quite come out, and you just kind of like, "Ooh, hello."
You just end up staring
And
at him.
yeah, the residents
Do you know
turn.
how often I do that in real life though? Like I frequently will think I said hi and I'm like, I didn't say anything, did I?
Yep.
They just kind of like, they don't acknowledge you. They clearly did not hear you.
Okay.
They're talking amongst themselves, and it's a very interesting conversation. And as you guys get near them, they actually start to. Amanda, were you saying something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, as we're walking through, this is like the area where their rooms are.
Mm-hmm.
As we're
Yes.
walking through, I want to keep an eye out for, like if there's names on or near the doors. Like, look for a name that seems like it might be related to Ray in some way.
Okay, I'm gonna say that this is. What is the purpose of this action? Are you trying to
We know
find?
on the computer that potentially Ray visited someone, and so I want to see if maybe he has a relative here, I guess. Like if he seems to have a legitimate reason to have been here.
Okay. If I can, I'm gonna consider this a meddling move. You're searching for like a clue, or you're conducting research, or otherwise trying to gather information. How are you looking at the names? Like, are you kind of like weaving through the halls, trying to like look at like, because there are little pieces of paper, but they're very fine print, so you'd only see it if you approach that door to open it. Um, and I guess, and what ability are you using to do this investigation to try and get this information?
Mental faculty, calm, concentration. Probably not that one. I would say probably reason or composure, because she's like trying to look for information, but she's also like trying to like play it cool, like she's just following along with the tour and looking at things as they're going along.
Okay.
I don't know which of those it would fit better. Maybe the composure? Because she's like trying to be calm, but also concentrate.
Sure.
like orange juice.
I'm thirsty.
Okay, go ahead and make your roll.
Alrighty. Do I have anything that I could potentially use? It's okay. We'll just roll. 3.
Just rolling.
And I take the lowest 2. I think those 2 are the same. 5, 6, 7, and then so 9 total.
Okay. You find I guess you're trying to be composed. You're not weaving down the hallway or slowing down. You're trying to keep up pace with the rest of the group, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You are so focused on maintaining the same speed as the rest of the Mavens, and O'Clean, and you're so focused on looking at the nameplates of the doors on both sides of the hallway. You notice that there is a room that has it has an aider next to it, but it's been crossed out. And as you look at that, you bump into a resident. And the resident was wearing some sunglasses, which is very interesting because usually there's not a lot of sun here.
Maybe they have
Brindlewood
glaucoma.
Bay. And you
I
both
put
fall
that
to
on
the
my
ground.
chips.
And his glasses fall off, and he's like, "Oh, shoot, dang it!" And he's trying to find
Oh
his
my, I'm
glasses.
so sorry. Let me get these for you, and I will grab the glasses and hand it to him.
Okay. As you pick up the glasses and hand it to him, you both make eye contact, and you see this resident has 2 pupils in one eye. Do you know what that looks like?
Like a goat.
Fucking creepy.
Cool.
Does the other eye have one, or it has none?
The other eye has 1 iris and pupil, and the other one has 2. I wonder if there's a GIF I can put in chat so you guys can see. This is you're a doctor, right? You're a person who has a medical background.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You immediately know what this is. This gentleman has polychoria, a extremely rare condition. And he like snatches the glasses, the sunglasses from you and quickly puts them over his eyes. And he stands up, Dustin is like, "You need to watch where you're going." Jeez.
I really am so sorry. I was trying to keep up with the tour here. I'm a little slow. And I'll just kind of pretend like I didn't see his eye.
He says, like, freaking so many visitors happening now.
Maybe he's a teacher.
He
Have you had a lot of visitors recently?
He looks at you and looks around and says,
You should ask him if there's overcrowding.
he looks at you and looks around, making sure nobody's in. He leans in real close and he says, "We did have one gentleman show up, but he didn't want to be here."
You have to speak
And
up.
I
We
suggest
can't really hear you.
Okay. He leans
Yeah.
in and he talks really low and he says, "We did have one gentleman come in, last week, but he wasn't a good fit. And I think you won't be a good fit either. And then he starts quickly walking away before you can even respond.
Well, thank you, dear. I'll keep that in mind.
How rude.
Mabel, quit hitting on the residents already. You haven't even started coming in yet. Al will call to Mabel.
Okay. With that, you see a lot of the residence halls. And Oaklean says, "All right, well, let's go down to the second floor. And that's where all of the fun stuff is. Come along, Mavens."
Oh, yes, we're
You
looking
guys
for
head
the fun.
back to the elevator. Doom, doom, doom. With that, spooky experience that Mabel just experienced, we're gonna go to commercial. Let's see, who did commercials last time? It
I did
was
one.
Amanda and Al. Let's have Taylor read a commercial.
Who's
We'll
Taylor?
be getting. Oh, sorry. Let's have Dolores.
That's more like it.
We want Morris of Dolores.
Morris of Dolores. You'll be receiving a commercial from an Al.
Nana's original blend toad oil. Are you like me? Too many toads, but dry, flaky skin? Maybe you don't have as many toads as I do, but you still want a soft touch. I have just what you need. Many made from the most bioluminescent amphibians in my inventory. It's Nana's original blend toad oil. Get that ever youthful, glowy skin without the time. It's the perfect beauty regime for the busy gal on the run. Everyone will be talking about you. She's a head turner, they will say. I wish my aura was as vibrant as hers. Do you think her husband can sleep next to a lighthouse? They're just jealous of your radiance. Go light up the world, my pretties. Now available at all Costco's in the Fay area.
So that's what
Okay.
Nana's doing with her bag of frogs.
Money,
Totally.
baby. Okay. We're back from commercial breaks. And you guys, the scene opens with you guys, the two doors to the second floor opening up. And Oaklean is telling you guys about all of the activities here. She shows you the Harriet's Salon, which is very noisy with the sounds of ladies' gossip. It has a little sign on it saying that it's been open since 1942. And it seems like a really nice salon. There's also a little convenience store in here. It has like some treats from your childhoods, and some beverages, like some cream sodas and a soda fountain in there. There's a small library And there's an activities room and some like just extra living space where you can just go and commune with your fellow residents. And she says, "Okay, any questions about this floor or any of the activities here?"
What kind of activities do you have?
Well, some nights we have game nights. Usually we have like a good bingo day. We have some afternoon crafts. And we have a hobby time of making models. Some people make models of Gundams and robots from Japan, and others make models of cars and motorcycles. We have a gentleman who does some trains, some really cool train kits. And there's a gentleman who does these little tiny robot soldier things. I don't really know what they're for, but he really makes a point that they have to be painted blue.
Does anyone do model cars?
Yes, yes, we do have some residents here who really like to do model cars. And you can tell that her voice is getting a little shaky as you bring this up. And she says, "Yeah, we have a small group of gentlemen, who make a point of doing model cars, and they tend to trade amongst them."
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Do you need to sit
I just-
down?
Miss O'Clean, do you have any kind of gardening facilities?
Maybe she's car sick.
Cars, 6
Or-
cars.
Or perhaps a pool
Dear
for
Dolores, we're not in a car.
water
Sports.
Water sports.
Water- therapy. you know what, like those classes that old people do when
Yeah, where's the slip and
their
slide?
knees hurt, and so they exercise in the water instead.
Calisthenics. Water aerobics.
Yes, that one.
Aerobics.
I don't.
And if you're bacteria, water anaerobics.
There used to be a pool on the bottom floor. Like there used to be a basement that was a kind of gymnasium. And it used to have a pool, but they turned it into a bomb shelter. So they filled it in and drained all the water and turned it into a bomb shelter.
Oh,
and-
that is a pity.
yes, and then they
Well, it
sealed
was
it
a
up
pit.
A little
because it was
dramatic.
a safety hazard. But no, there's no facility like that. No pool or water gymnasium.
What about the gardening, dear?
Yes, we do have some gardens that some residents like to keep up on the outside of the facility. I can go and show those to you. We do have a very nice courtyard that gives our residents a safe space to experience the outside.
I would love to see that when we get to that point.
Yeah,
course.
I just am really curious about the model car people because my nephew is really into it, and I do have a steady hand for painting, and I am.
Perhaps you could make him some gifts.
That's what I was thinking, but I just am not. I need some input from some people who are better at this. Do they meet anytime soon?
Well, we do have a few residents who be meeting for their model kits building probably later this afternoon.
Ooh.
They're very particular though about being interrupted. So
Oh, are you saying they're sexist?
no.
Oh. I
would
was
just
about to
that
say,
they're
I'm
very-
pretty
they're
used to
very-
it.
They don't like to be interrupted of what their activity is doing.
They're not
and they're
doing
very
indecent things with the cars, are they?
No, they're not.
Okay. Just some, you never know these days. People have been emboldened to try all sorts of things.
Yes, there was someone who recently had a An autoerotic asphyxiation. Does that have something to do with cars, muscle cars?
It might.
Like a negative thing I can make you do. Like
Is
Mabel will just
Not
kind
as
of glare at them.
punishment for the
Yeah,
whole
like-
group, but just for you.
There might be
I'm
a
gonna have you
closed.
take a crown.
That might be a
of madness.
closed door thing that's been muffled.
all right?
Oh my
I don't know,
god.
it might radiate outwards. You never know.
Oh dear. All right.
Anyway,
Anyways, she's just kind of like,
I-
let's move on. All right. One floor left.
Speaking of gardening activities, I seem to have seen a shadow in the garden. Yes.
How many puzzles do you have? I can go through one pretty quickly.
We have many puzzles, and we
Oh, I thought you said puddles. I was so confused.
puzzles. We have many puzzles, and if there's puzzles that you want, we can always order them online, or get them from the local store.
I
It's called
love
Central
the
Market.
puzzles of the clear blue sky. Those are just the best to go and deal with.
I like the white
That
blank
sounds so
canvas ones.
cool.
With the
you're a
weird shapes.
masochist.
All right. She leads you all to the elevator to go down the next floor.
She's over our shit.
She says like, dang it. She's like kind of pressing like the buttons, and it's like the door is taking a long time to close, and she's like, I don't know why, but sometimes the elevator gets a little weird,
Little wonky
a little wonky.
catty wampus.
It can't close too fast. Some of us can't move very quickly to catch it.
Oh, that's true. Maybe it was intentional. And the last, for whatever reason, it seems like it's just my perspective, but it seems like there's quite a lot longer delay of the elevator going from the second floor down to the first floor. Do you have any questions, Mabels, about Mavens? Do you have any
The
questions,
Mabels.
Mavens?
Just
about-
Mabel. Nobody else is allowed to ask any
Just
questions.
Mabel. Do you have any questions so far about what you've seen?
Are the rooms furnished?
They can be for a fee. Otherwise, usually a lot of our residents bring in their own furniture to fill their space.
And what kind of medical staff do you keep on hand?
We have
What's
a very
your doctor to resident ratio?
well, doctors. We do have a doctor on staff for the first 12 hours of the day, and then they're on call in the evening. And we do have a very healthy staff of CNAs and assistants who can just help people to wherever they need to go. We have a nurse on site who gives medications out, and they work with your doctors. But yeah, usually it's we have people who are very specific about seeing specific doctors, and so we have transportation to take them to their doctor appointments and their other medical appointments.
Mm-hmm.
With this, I will say that this is your last chance to ask Beatrice O'Clean any other questions you might have.
Well, she's trapped in the elevator with you.
Essentially, yeah.
Hint, hint. We're gonna murder her.
Oh, God.
All right, I'll get the right arm and right leg, and we ask her why she's so uncomfortable talking about the model car club.
Sure. Can I have you do? This is going to be a meddling move.
Oh,
Of
100%.
your. Yeah. So, what skill are you using? What
Um,
action?
I'm gonna use imposing presence. No. What action? You mean like vitality component, like that thing, sort of thing, or?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You better figure it out because we're almost out of time.
Well, I do have a negative insensitivity, which totally would make sense as to why I would pry on this matter.
Maybe
Um,
presence? Because you're trying to, like, intimidate her into talking to you?
Sure, I guess presence.
Yeah. Presence would be a good one.
I guess I would. I don't know. Okay, I'll just roll then.
Yeah.
That's a straight roll. 12 plus 0.
Yeah. Okay. What are you asking her?
Well, as soon as she pushed the button and the door is finally closed, I don't know. She'd probably be towards like the front right of the elevator where she pushed the buttons.
Yeah.
So I would walk over and I would put my right arm just over her left shoulder, get kind of uncomfortably close, and ask her, I'm just curious. Why does the toy car club make you so nervous? What are you hiding from us?
She has like just kind of like her face goes white. And boop, 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 boop. As you do this, she says, I'm not hiding anything. It just Doug really liked cars. You know how much he cared about model cars, and how much he liked cars.
Yes, but your voice got quite shaky when you started talking about the club. Did Amanda ever tell us what she saw with the name, or?
I don't know.
Eh.
Did she?
I mean, I haven't really had a chance, have I?
We've been
But I
we've
did
been
see
around
that
Beatrice this whole time.
Beatrice, I did tell you that Beatrice had taken Doug here for a tour.
Yeah.
So that might be relevant to this interrogation.
I guess you could, like, I don't know, if anyone wants to chime in while I'm holding my the presence, I guess you could add things like, I saw that, like, you saying that you saw Doug's, or someone sharing the same last name,
I
or
could be
that
like,
you saw him on the computer.
did you ever, like, while you were doing this, and like maybe chiming in, like, have you ever brought Doug, or did you ever bring Doug to this club? Did he ever?
Well, gosh. So it's Dolores who succeeded the roll on getting this clue. So she's only going to respond to Dolores's question.
Right. Okay.
In the sense that she is completely focused on the intimidating presence of Dolores.
I would not break the eye contact.
Yeah. And so she's not hearing anyone else, any of you other mavens, and your questions. as
Okay.
her face is pale, and you can tell that she's visibly concerned and distraught a bit by what's happening right now with Dolores. And
Okay.
she says to Dolores, "Oh, go ahead."
Al wouldn't talk to Beatrice. She would address Dolores instead and say, "Of course she's distressed. She just witnessed the death of a person who was very into model cars yesterday. She spoke about it being a sensitive topic. Of course she's distressed." That's all I'll say to Dolores, but Beatrice can respond.
Yeah,
To
Beatrice
Dolores.
Beatrice responding to Dolores. She says, like, Doug really liked model cars, and I thought he just needed some friends, and I think he did, but not in. And she just kind of seems like she's struggling to say.
Well, in his car, we found a pamphlet for this place, which is what brings us here. After he...
I just thought he needed help. I didn't. He just needed friends. He was so alone, but he didn't think he was alone. I just thought he really needed help here. Like, he needed friends and people who had similar interests. That's all I wanted. That's all I tried to do. I didn't know. And as she says, "I didn't know," her sentence cuts off. As the elevator stops, just and you mavens all kind of stumble a little bit as you're wobbly. And then it speeds up, and it feels like it's not a gradual descension anymore. It's just dropping, free falling. You are all free falling. And how are you all feeling about this situation as you feel this elevator it feels like you're falling?
Pretty weightless.
Definitely weightless.
Dolores, did you bring that crowbar?
Everybody drop to the floor!
And the lights go out in the elevator, and it is pitch black, and you are just trying to not hurt yourselves, as it just feels like you guys are going to crash into the floor. There's nothing stopping you from dying in this moment. And then the lights flicker back on, and the doors open on the first floor. And as soon as those doors open, Beatrice, despite her age of being 52, she quickly ducks out of your reach, Dolores. Just gets out of your grasp, and sprints out, out the elevator.
I throw the tire iron.
Okay, and with that, we will go to another commercial. Let's have Peggy, if you would please read this following commercial.
Peggy sus.
Hail ye, good citizens of the realm! Are you tired of getting recommendations from jesters who can't tell a fine mead from a swill? Introducing Yelp, that's me! I'm the ultimate guide for the discerning noble and peasant alike. From the best taverns and inns to blacksmiths who know their trade, all Yelp has the best of facts. Hear about honest reviews from thy fellow townsfolk, as told by me, as told to me by they. Find out where to get the crispiest roasted beer, the fluffiest bread, and the mightiest ale in all the lands. Why, hearest thy honest review from the town drunkard himself. What? Oh, with all Yelp, I was able to never fall victim to a charlatan again. I get the best tips and reviews, so I know what winery to go to in all of Barovia. It's the one with the... That's right, come to Yelp, as I am but your servant to the finest of merriments and sights. And see. I feel like I could have done better, but I was.
No, that was great.
Oh, shucks.
Okay. Doors open. Beatrice takes off. And the helper guy, the greeter, is standing at his desk trying to figure out his computer, and there's a gentleman there who's got like a blue cap on, and he's got a blue vest on, and it's like some tech stuff around his belt as he's working on the computer. And he, the greeter looks to you guys and says, "Oh, where'd your tour guide go? Do you need help with the rest of the tour, or I do have your almond milk, by the way, for your coffee."
Wonderful, thank you.
She was just feeling a little unwell. I think she went on break.
Al would like
Oh.
to look for a basement button on the elevator.
Sure. Let's have you do a loopy doop.
I can do a floopy doop.
We love floopy doops here.
So, what is the motivation for this first? I think that will help me decide what this is. Like, there is, when you just look at the buttons, you have 1, 2, 3, and then there's a dead button that says B, but it's dead. It's like not, somebody glued it in place so it doesn't press. And then there's like little circles on the tab that where you could put extra buttons if you wanted to, but they're not punched out. But I guess, how are you wanting to investigate? Because just on appearance, there is no basement button.
Well, so Beatrice didn't mention the basement until we asked about, like, something. She specifically said that there were 3 floors and that there's one elevator that goes up and down between these 3. But then once Mabel asked about recreation and a pool, that's when she said, "Oh yeah, there was a basement." And
Yes.
why wasn't that in the initial like talking about the thing? I know that it's not really I don't know, it wasn't super important to know at first, but it seemed like she was very dismissive of that fact. So I guess try the B button. Seems like the most obvious.
Are you doing this with letting the other mavens know? Or are you trying to keep this to yourself? And like, we'll let them go up. Like, how are you wanting to?
while they're distracting the lobby and the IT guy.
Okay.
So I'll just like shuffle over. I'm not gonna be like super quiet because I'm right next to them, but I will move out of the open door and try and push the button.
Oh, okay. So like, you're not staying in the elevator. You're coming out of the elevator, but you're just gonna try and hit the B button.
No. I figure we're still in the elevator right now, and the doors are open, but there are panels on both sides of the elevator where the doors go into and where the buttons are. So I want to get out of the line of sight of the opened elevator doors to where the panel is, so that like they don't see me trying to figure out this button thing.
The rest of the Mavens, do you guys, as soon as the doors open, do you guys get out of the elevator?
No. Kind of dazed.
Any other Mavens?
No, I would stay in.
It's okay if you want to leave.
It's okay if you want to leave. This is going to be considered an occult move, as you are messing with something that should not exist. Something that was said that it no longer exists. And yet there's something... You get a sense that, well, what's the harm, right? In pressing this button. So that's just... So the rest of you Mavens understand, like, what's about to happen. When you engage in an activity related to the supernatural or the occult for the first time, imagine what your actions would look like as a move. Say what triggers the move and roll with sensitivity. So I need you to roll with sensitivity
Fun.
for this. Our first sensitivity roll.
That's cocked. 7, so
do I have
6
to roll
total.
too?
All
No,
of
it's
us can
just the gentleman. It's just the gentleman. It's just the Maven that is doing the thing. If you
Okay.
Mavens are staying in the elevator, that's a risk you all may experience,
Can I-
depending on his role.
Can I do the crown, the golden mystery crown?
Sure, yeah.
I remember that time when Amanda Delacourt followed the young man murderer down the elevator. It was such a thrilling tale of who would get there first. Would he escape
Oh.
and get away with murder, or would she catch him just in the nick of time?
Golden crown.
So this turns the roll into a 12 plus.
Okay, perfect.
And this can only be
Um,
used once per mystery.
Yeah, so you're using this. No one else can use this move for the rest of the session, right? Or the campaign. We'll see. Okay.
Which
so,
move is that?
It's
The
the
gold-
golden crown. So it's
golden
essentially
crown.
like it gives you like a nat 20 kind of thing.
Where do
Where
we see that on our like sheet or whatever?
it's on
In
the
the
moves page.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You have to make up some bullshit about the book and the character and how it
I see.
pertains to
The
this
gold
book.
crown. I see.
Yes. Imagine what your actions would look like as a move. You are trying to make yourself not in view of the open doors, and you are trying to press the B button. You rolled the sensitivity. On a hit, it works. Work with the keeper to write the move below. It is now a move all Mavens can use for the rest of the game, and your roll stands. Okay, so You have a sense that there is something that should not exist. And with your sensitivity, you find that even though you would want to push the button, it cannot be pushed. You find that you can twist it. You can turn the button, the little plastic orb, and you hear a click, 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 and you feel it lock in place. With the bee, let me draw this out.
Turns into a butt.
That'd be stupid. The bee turns upside down. Ah! And you see as soon as it clicks in place, you see in light appear on the button, and it traces out another part in the bee, and it makes it look like 2 A's. So it's a bee. I don't know if you can see that. It's a bee. And then it turns to look like that.
Oh.
Hey.
AA.
They did say they have AA here.
How
That
you
was a pretty
will
big
need to write
scene.
this down, but there is a button, a secret button is revealed that you can press when you come to this place, to this elevator. Whew. Good job. That could have been scary. I mean, I wasn't afraid. Okay, Mavens. If there is anything else you would like to do at this facility, speak now. Otherwise, we will head to one of your homes. And I feel like it's going to be time because we have 15 minutes-ish, a little more than 15 minutes for you guys to theorize. Is there anything else you would like to do?
I never got to see the courtyard.
Well, you could say that you did that before. Like you did that after you guys are heading outside.
Oh yeah. Did I ever get a picture of the lobby and all the people?
Sure. Yeah. So you did.
All right.
Um,
More diorama supplies.
okay. So we're gonna go to the next scene of you guys sitting at one of your homes where you guys usually have your book meetings. And this is going to be the theorize time. This is when the Mavens have an open, freewheeling discussion about the mystery based on the clues that you guys have uncovered. You all need to reach a consensus. Roll plus the number of clues. So go ahead and talk. You guys need to theorize now. So take your time. to discuss, go over what clues you have. And then we will do the roll.
So, who are our suspects?
I mean, I feel like it's just what's her name, the cleaning lady or whatever.
Beatrice?
Yeah, unless she's part of a cabal.
Well, what was her motive?
How does she have connection to the other guy?
Well, yeah, she works at the building. And he came to visit someone who is now gone. So maybe the poor name choice is actually a very apt name choice. And they're just kind of like, I don't know, sending people to the basement to be recycled or something. In their, like, they're sacrificing them in their evil ritual, and that's the Alcoholics Anonymous meeting.
Well, I wanted to just start out with the basics. Like, Beatrice is a suspect, Ray is a suspect. Is there anyone else who we are suspicious of?
The librarian lady, Michelle,
Okay.
he disappeared in a hurry. I don't
Anybody
think
in the car club?
But we don't have names for them. We don't know those people.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess once we are away from the place, I would share about the guy with the two irises. Or not irises, that's it. The two pupils.
We didn't get
Yeah.
his name.
No, but I ran into him near the door where I saw the name Ader crossed out. So,
Oh.
like, maybe Ray was just especially unstable because he lost his relative.
So, Ray's motive would be he's just crazy?
Maybe Doug murdered his relative in order to steal his model car, and Ray wanted to take it back. And that was the one that was in the truck. I don't know.
People have been murdered for slippers before.
I mean, Beatrice did say that they were super, like, they really didn't like getting interrupted. Maybe he interrupted them.
So,
Maybe be a relation between. No, I don't know how I want to phrase that. I'm still thinking. I'm percolating.
we have to use the hard clues that we've gathered to help our case. So, however many hard clues we can figure into this mystery will be added to the roll, and the complexity of the mystery, which is 6, will be minused from the roll, taken away from the roll. So, if we want to make it just 0, we need at least 6 hard clues to help out.
Well, we do have, I wrote down some of them from last time. I don't know which ones this time were hard clues.
Right, but we
I
need
think-
to figure them into the case. We can't just have them. We have to. How the hard clues have to do with our
I
case.
see. Where did
Well-
we, is it the mysteries tab?
I
Yeah.
know one of the hard clues was the footprints, that they were dirty.
Which led us
Yeah.
to Ray.
Like the ones that like faded down the hallway, like we couldn't tell where they went. Those
Yeah.
footprints.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like it was Ray, considering how messy his truck was. Maybe I had reached out to the junk to like dispose of some of the stuff in the garage, because like the main part of the house was not particularly dirty.
I
You're
can't
cutting
hear
out
you.
a lot.
Can't hear anything you said.
Hear like every other
Okay.
syllable.
Me. I will switch to the other computer really quick.
If there are any other hard
Well-
clues that are not on the mysteries tab,
What was the? Do
that
we
you
remember
have.
anything from like the very beginning? Like, I didn't write anything down.
Last time are already in the tab.
Where? In the
Mystery
notes?
tab.
In the mysteries on the spreadsheet is where you guys want to keep your clues,
Oh, I see.
your
Hello.
clues, your dark conspiracies,
Hi.
like weird stuff.
Okay,
Doug.
let me turn this down a tad and let me find where I have the tab.
So I mean,
I had it open still, I think.
that's so far mystery. Okay. Well,
Okay, so what I was saying is I think that the footprints are Ray's. And since Doug had the like phone number for the junk thing on his fridge, maybe he had called Ray to pick up some of the stuff from his garage, because all of the clutter was in his garage. And his like the main part of his house was super clean.
There's something with the TVs too. Like we want to keep that in mind. Like
and
Whose
also
face
he
was
had
on the TV?
the shoe rack for people to put the booties on.
maybe we're
Yeah.
just all in the Matrix.
Either that or the person that actually killed Doug called him to come take the stuff from the garage, because they wouldn't care if he didn't put the booties on, whereas Doug would care.
So are you thinking he was
I
already
have the
dead?
model cars and the TV being left on.
Well, there was also like Beatrice was at the like was she the one that found
Are you talking to me,
what?
Taylor?
Why?
I'm not hearing you.
You don't hear me right now?
Now I do.
Okay.
Did you not hear me earlier?
or me.
No. Until right now, I wasn't hearing anybody
Okay. Well,
since I started talking.
who was the person that originally found Doug's?
Beatrice found the body.
Beatrice.
She called in the police and reported it.
Okay. And oof.
I wonder if maybe it was like Michelle and Ray.
Who's Michelle?
Or like Ray has a crush on Michelle and he noticed Doug.
Being a creeper?
Harassing her. And went to Doug's house.
But like, why would Ray just like crazily slit his throat? We should have investigated his hands then.
Well, and also there was whoever in the library told us to stop investigating because there was nothing to find, right?
That was Michelle, yeah?
No,
we
it
never
was,
actually got it.
we don't know.
It was a whispered voice.
It was a guy, right?
It was someone.
I don't
Couldn't tell
recall.
Was he wearing sunglasses?
Couldn't see
It
him.
was dark. You couldn't tell.
Oh.
Yeah, they were held at supposed gunpoint.
Well, if hold on.
Well, those are also like the model cars, which are pretty key. And the one that Ray had was like all beat up and needed fixing. So maybe he went to Doug to see if he would help with the car.
What about the tire iron that Dolores found? That's something
We never
she
found
kept.
any use for it other than it being brand new in the car, buried by trash.
Like new.
Or sure.
There's
Jim
a
meant.
difference. Something can be used and then cleaned up to make it look like it was new, but it is not.
Oh, I guess
What was it that we saw under the seat in the car that we didn't take? The crowbar?
I don't recall. Yeah, I think
Doug's
so.
car.
I guess I have been reminded that I didn't. That I had a clue that I guess was told to me. That
Yeah, I messaged Taylor a clue during the elevator scene, the elevator spooky scene. Where Beatrice whispered something to Dolores before she booked out of the elevator. So only Beatrice heard. Beatrice was right there.
or only Dolores heard
rolled-
Beatrice.
Yeah, sorry, only Dolores heard. Because Dolores rolled really well.
Beatrice claimed that she arrived at Doug's and found his place had been cleaned up, but there was clearly a struggle. So I don't know. It's like we go to like an alternate dimension. The door's open. She runs away, but before running away, tells me this.
Mhm.
Just kind of, it's like I'm so confused. It's like there are two creepy things. Like there are two possible evil things, and we're following one, but then a tangential one came into.
What about the neighbors with the solicitors? Like, the neighbors had seen someone come to Doug's house, but didn't really. Is that something of importance?
I don't know. I feel like we go too slow in these, and we don't thoroughly investigate things or think of everything, and then it's just like
Maybe it's related to Ray.
I don't know.
And
Like, because
the
he was
person
like,
who-
maybe he was like knocking on doors, being like, "Hey, you got any junk?"
I feel like the TV is also.
Hey, I've been
The
looking
TV
in your
is
window and
also
noticed you have a
strange.
lot of stuff that I would like.
Right?
Were there any broken Tyrant? Were there any broken windows or things or
No.
don't know. Do we have all the? I don't know if we have. I don't.
Well,
I
we
You
have
do
the-
not have all of the clues. I will say that.
yeah. Well, okay.
I
I'm
don't
so
know if that-
confused.
that probably doesn't
It's-
help. But
It's
No, it's just confirmation that we're missing things, but at least we aren't like.
I would say that you have 80% of the clues.
Okay.
the
Okay.
game is
well,
more
model
about
cars.
the game is more about storytelling than it is about like a thorough investigation.
There, technically, as long as you guys record the clues that you got or that you think are clues, and believe I have to confirm those clues are accurate. That will determine that will help the theorize roll. That one of
Maybe-
you will have to do.
Maybe Ray wanted to be in the model club scene, and part of the thing to her initiation was that you have to kill someone, but make it seem like a suicide.
There was that guy that told me I wouldn't fit in at the old people home.
Yeah,
And he was outside the
you
door.
weren't fit to be one of his pupils.
Is the
Yeah,
old
and
people
he was
home
out-
just a
Maybe I was right
sorority?
about the pool.
And that guy was outside the room where you saw the name that matched Ray's last name that I cannot remember for the life of me. And Ray
Mater.
visited someone that we
Hater.
could not see.
Ader.
Aviator.
Yeah. Radiator.
Mater. I don't know. Do we have enough to buy a vowel?
Only if you bribe me. Amanda, I will say, what else did that gentleman say to you? He said you wouldn't fit in here. You asked, have you been getting many visitors? What else did he say?
He said there was one that didn't work out.
Said there was a lot of visitors, and I asked why. What did I ask? I don't remember.
He told you that the last visitor didn't work out, didn't fit in right. And then he threatened you by saying you also wouldn't fit in right. And the
So
last visitor that we knew
maybe-
about was Doug.
Maybe the last visitor was Ray's relative?
What do you
Or
remember
Doug.
about the tours that were held at the facility, Peggy?
Can you repeat that question again?
Who had a tour at the
Doug had a tour
Doug had a tour. And when was it?
last week.
That's right. And the gentleman was very specific with his wording about the visitors and when they happened. Do you see any connection with that? You guys are thinking that it's Ader's family member?
I assumed it was about Doug. I assumed Doug is the one he was saying was not working out.
I feel like it could be either one.
Maybe Doug came for the. Maybe Doug came.
Oh, maybe.
Doug came for a tour, and then he committed elder abuse against Ray's relative that was there, and they ended up dying. And so then Ray killed Doug, and the end.
Can I,
So how do you factor
so-
the clues that we have into that?
Hang on. So,
They just work.
based off of what she just said, I'm thinking maybe the reason that Doug came and toured was because there was a room that opened up because Ray's relative, something happened to them, which also would explain Ray's excessive instability in killing himself.
May, how do you feel about what do you think of this theory or about the clues?
No thoughts at MD.
You have
Hey,
What do you think did it? What do you think? What's the nefarious plot?
Yeah, this is the thing is I can't think of the reason why somebody would kill Doug and then why Ray would kill himself in such a gruesome way. I mean,
Well, that's
maybe Ray thought we were onto him about something and was like, I'll just take myself out before something happens, but at the same time, I don't know.
Does
Well,
anyone
that's-
remember what Ray's final words were? He was talking to someone.
You're not gonna take my junk?
yeah.
Was there anything else about it?
Kept
We
saying
were
that we were meddling
asking-
in things.
We were asking about Michelle, like if he had seen her. And then we asked to look in his truck. Weren't we asking for something specific?
I was asking if I could look at his junk under the guise
Whoa.
that I yes, under the guise that I wanted stuff for my dioramas because, you know, the free stuff, broken glass, anything, because, you know, dioramas. But we were looking in the back of his truck to see if there was anything suspicious, because at the time we didn't really suspect him of anything. We just were
We
like,
were
hey,
looking-
he's out here in the library in the dark, and Peggy is over here trying to get out really quick, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Essentially, if I understand this right, and Alex, feel free to correct me, but from what I understand, it's up to you guys to create the answer to what happened to Doug, to what happened to this crime. What was the crime? Because the sheriff said it was a suicide. Why do you guys think it's not that? And you essentially take the clues that you have found, and you have to come up with the narrative to prove that theory. These clues will frequently seem disjointed or incongruent with each other. So you don't need to make every clue fit, if that helps with your theorization.
It's
But-
vague so that you can turn it into the narrative that you think happened. And once you explain it, then we add it to our roll. How does this clue fit into our narrative? And then
Yeah.
one person rolls and see if it's right.
Yeah. Your clue, you make the clues fit your theory. It's not that you guys have to come up with a theory with all of these clues. It's you guys come up with a theory and you make these clues fit in how they need to for your theory. The notes here. You guys can add details even if you did not investigate the thing, if that helps. So somebody had mentioned about, oh man, we should have checked his hands. You can make that, say that you did in your theorization to make a clue fit.
But not in the
clarifies
sense that you make up a hard clue. It's like,
Yes.
oh yeah, it's a hard clue because his hands were calloused or something. But if you say like, oh, he worked on model cars and therefore his hands were a certain way, then yeah, that would fit. So we had a good start with Ray's dirty shoe prints and the jacket's junk post-it note on the fridge. Is there anything else that you want to add to Ray being the suspect?
I think I can add a couple more. So, the neighbors said that they saw someone. It could have been Ray being like, "Do you have any junk?" And that's maybe the first time that he has interacted with Doug. And he also like has a thing for Michelle, and so he recognizes Doug when he sees him at the library over the weekend, like harassing Michelle. And I think it's kind of like a double thing. So his relative who died, well, I'm assuming they died. I don't know. Maybe when he was at Doug's house, he saw one of the model cars that used to belong to his relative, because his relative was in the model car club that Doug stole while he was doing the tour. And so these things, combined with like the stress of the loss of his relative, were his motivation for going back to Doug's house. And he is like gonna break in and maybe he doesn't necessarily intend to kill him right away. He's just like trying to threaten him to leave Michelle alone, and maybe he wants the car back because as like a memento of his relative. But Doug doesn't want to give it back. He's like, no, that's not your relative's, that's mine. And then like obviously he's a little unhinged because obviously Ray is a little unhinged because of like circumstances and just kind of how he's described. So instead it turns into like a conflict, and then afterwards Ray's like, oh shit, I gotta clean some of this up, and he tries to make it look like Doug did it to himself. Which, yeah.
I mean, it's the most solid theory we have so far.
Yeah.
So that's 5 hard clues. Keeper, do you want to look over?
I mean, I feel like we could also check the shoe rack one, because he obviously wouldn't have, like, if he pushed his way into the house, he obviously wouldn't have put the booties on, because he don't care. His truck is full of trash.
Yeah, Keeper, do you want to look over our hard clues and see if they're relevant?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm looking at the ones that are checked, right?
Yeah.
We have dirty shoe prints headed down hall in Doug's home. He didn't wear shoes inside. Yes. That is a hard clue. So essentially you are painting Ray as the murderer of Doug, yes?
Yes,
Yes.
although not necessarily intentionally.
Murder's still a murder.
Yes.
Okay. So that checks out of your theory that like guy is messy. He's not going to be respectful of putting booties on or taking his dirty shoes off. Librarian Michelle despised Doug, said he was handsy. Let me see if that is a clue. That is not a clue. That is not a hard clue. That Librarian Michelle despised Douglas. I mean,
Is that one of the ones that was on my list? Hard clues. Shoe rack, model cars, TV on, jacket's junk number posted on fridge, may have had a hard time bending over. Lower parts of the car less clean and nice looking. Librarian Michelle despises Doug. I had that listed as a hard clue, so that's probably why
Is it
it's
a
on
hard
there.
clue? Just remember.
yeah, so we're gonna uncheck that. Doug had a note for Jacket's junk on the fridge. Yes, that is a hard clue. Shoe rack next to the front door and booties. That is essentially, that's not a hard clue.
But Alex
that is
told me it was a
part.
hard clue because it was the first one.
It's part of the Doug wore slippers indoors. He didn't wear shoes inside.
Okay, so it's basically just it's a duplicate.
Yes. Check that. Doug was very into model cars. Yes. That is a hard clue. Specifically, what about model cars? Did you guys find that out? It wasn't just that he was into model cars, but
He built
Built
them.
them.
yes,
If I
he
remember
built them.
correctly.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
for clarification. The TV was left on. Yes. That is a hard clue, but that's not in your current theory. Let's see. And then the other one that you guys have is Beatrice found Doug's house cleaned up after a struggle. That is a hard clue. Specifically, it's signs. There's signs of a cleaned up struggle in Doug's house. So let's see here. Going forward, do you want to make any amendments to your theory?
I feel like maybe the TV being left on could be relevant because maybe like as Ray was cleaning up and trying like in a panic trying to make it look like the guy did it himself, he could have turned the TV on, or he just never turned the TV off.
So you guys all need to come to a consensus about your theory. And then, if I remember right, one of you rolls. Is that correct, Alex?
Yep.
Okay.
Just a straight roll or what?
It's a
Just-
straight roll. Let's see here. It says, you guys need to reach a consensus. Roll plus the number of clues incorporated into the theory or otherwise explained away, minus the mystery's complexity. On a 10 plus, you get based on the roll, you get answers. So you're gonna roll 2d6, and then we're gonna subtract. Is it supposed to be the number of clues that you guys have? Math isn't mathing.
We add the explained clues and subtract the complexity, I think, is what was said.
Yes.
Roll plus the number of clues incorporated into the theory or otherwise explained. Okay, yes. So the number of clues you have that you can have in your theory that makes sense, give you bonuses to your roll. So, go ahead and say your theory based off of these clues, or if you want to incorporate more clues, work on your theory. Otherwise, if you all agree to a theory, one of you needs to say the theory with the clues, and then you'll roll the 2d6. Any questions?
So it was Ray had a relative in a model car club and went to check on Doug because Doug stole something from them, and found one of the model cars in Doug's house that was claimed to be stolen, and kind of just barged in and ignored the booties on the ground or on the rack with his muddy shoe prints, just waltzed right in looking for stuff. There's probably an argument or a struggle. Maybe Ray was taking the model car that he found at Doug's place, which would be the model car in disrepair as a hard clue. We could add that one. In Doug and Ray's truck. And then did something. We don't really know how Doug actually died.
But there was some sort of struggle, clearly.
And then Ray made it look like a suicide, cleaned it up, and then left. And then Beatrice showed up.
But forgot to turn off the TV.
Yeah. How does that sound? Everyone think that's good?
Yep.
Okay. Who wants to do the roll? It's just a straight roll. There's no what is the word?
So have Maggie do it so we can blame it on her
Advantages.
if it goes bad.
There's no advantages or disadvantages. You can't use the golden crown.
Sorry, I might be daft, but how does Doug having a hard time bend over play in all this?
It doesn't. That's why it's not checked.
Ah, okay.
Who will be the roller, the decider?
I don't want to do it.
And we have 6 hard
Alright.
clues.
And
the
Maggie's dog do it.
Complexity is also 6, so
Rory!
we get a +0.
I'll roll. What am I rolling again?
2d6.
2d6. 1 second. The roller is being dumb. Let me
You
leave the
need
activity.
a minimum of a 6, by the way.
I'm gonna join the activity and see if it fixes the dice thing.
No, it's not that you need a minimum of 6. You want to roll high.
Oh, okay. Oh, because we used enough that we don't have any okay.
You don't have any
Oh,
negatives.
dice thing's fixed. Okay.
What is the roll?
So,
We need 2d6.
2d6.
so just
There we
roll
go.
another one.
Yeah, just
I'm
take
sorry,
the 6.
my brain is.
That's
It
not-
has the memory of a goldfish. What
Those
the
are
heck?
D20.
No! I know that is. There it goes.
Oh.
I had it at D6 and then it reset it.
What's the number?
7.
Well, okay, yeah, no, I guess that would make sense. Okay. I'd be like, she rolled a 6, a 1, and a 6.
It's a
Yeah,
7,
the first roll. Yeah, it's a 7. First roll doesn't matter.
It's a 7.
I was just gonna.
So
if
we-
you had rolled a 6 and then you rolled a 6 and a 1, I would have been like, can we get a 12 instead?
So when we go we talk about this at Cozy Place, and then once we come up with our theory, we'll go to the sheriff as charged and like tell him our entire theory about what has happened. But since the suspect is dead, we can't really do anything else about that.
And then we get put into retirement homes. They're tired of our meddling.
Okay. So you go to the sheriff and you tell him his theory. And he says,
Here's what you're thinking.
he says, well, that's all well and good, Mavens, but, well, in case you don't remember, Ray is dead. Can't really hold a dead guy against another dead guy. So, job closed. Mavens, I think it's time you guys just, take it easy. All
I
right?
take out my tire iron and bash his face in. Just kidding.
He says, not much we can do about this, Mavens.
Not with that attitude.
But at least the murderer cannot murder anymore. So, let that sleep well for ya.
Such a...
And he, kind of shoos you out of his office and stuff. Mavens, where do you guys go? Where's your next place of business as this case wraps up? But it still feels very unsatisfying.
I want to go back to the retirement home and hit the AA. I want to attend an AA meeting.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna start working on the diorama of the dude who hung himself. I've got some
Alright.
taxidermy mice that would be perfect for the scene.
So Peggy is going back to the retirement home.
No, I'll go
Oh.
home.
Okay.
I resist.
Are you guys having a meeting or anything? Or are you just all going back to your respective places? How is this scene ending for your character? I guess let's start with Peggy. How is your scene ending? How is your final scene ending for this?
I think Peggy's gonna go home and she's gonna make herself something to drink, something warm to kind of take the chill of the disturbances off. And she's gonna pull out some old magazines and newspapers, and she's gonna start clipping and trying to put together a sort of not necessarily a tableau the same way tableau, is that how you say that word? Anyway, the same way that May might with her dioramas, but sort of something to try and get the vibe of it, and then she'll use that as inspiration, start writing a card that sort of to her nieces and nephews, and just be like, oh my goodness, the week I've had, the adventures I've gone on. And she knows they all think she's making this shit up, but they still hang off for every word and look forward to her cards. So she tries to keep that up to date and just sort of off into the middle distance while she sort of does something on updates her family on what's going on. What's the latest quote made up story from their crazy Aunt Peggy?
Sure. Yeah. So are you talking to them on the cell phone or are you visiting them in person?
No,
Or on the telephone?
she writes them cards.
Okay.
She's just is gonna write them a card. Yeah.
So as Peggy is sitting at home writing her card about her day and experiences and everything. Something catches her eye, and she swears for a brief second that Ray is standing outside his window. And he is bloody. He is cut open. He is staring at you through the window. And as Peggy
Oh, fuck me.
quickly lifts their head up to look out the window, there's no one there. And Peggy kind of stands up and looks out the window. And there's no one there. And a faint chanting in the music of the episode starts to kind of rise as the music gets a little like it was calming down, nice and lovely, and then it starts to get a little bit of a spookiness to it, a little crescendo in it. And we go to Dolores. What is Dolores's final scene as the episode comes to a close?
We pan in off of the street, passing the recycling and the garbage out on the curb, with the tire iron sticking out of the garbage can, like the lid just slightly propped open by the pristine, near mint condition tire iron. And we fade through the front pane of the. It's like probably like 10 o'clock outside. You go through the front door, through the pane of glass that's there. Take a slight turn, go down the hallway into the bedroom, and she's laying there with like a pink face mask, like an eye mask, with her cat sleeping on the bed, and Dolores is just loudly snoring. Completely she was disappointed but unaffected by the events that happened.
As she sleeps, she dreams of many things, of orderliness, of cleanliness, things that she enjoys, things that she respects. When she begins to dream about the retirement home, about that elevator, about the people there, and the cleanliness of the facility. And she hears chanting in her dream, and it sounds like a chorus of angels as she thinks about the retirement home. That it is a glorious place, a divine place. With that, we go to May. What is May's final scene?
May is sitting at her table with the various pictures she took of the first scene set up around, and she's got this little half-finished little room in front of her, this tiny little room, where she is posing the little police officers and the mavens who were in the scene at the time, and all the little tiny pieces and everything. And she's very focused on what she's doing, with a cold cup of tea next to her because she forgot about it there. And just every once in a while looking up at the pictures and kind of making sure that it's correct with what she has, or going away to get new supplies and coming back to sit down and work with her next art piece.
Okay. as you're making this diorama, and you're working on these little pieces, you pick up a piece that is of Beatrice. And you're working on the retirement home diorama. And you are trying to paint a smile on Beatrice's face. And your hand keeps shaking, and you paint just a grimace on her face, and you smudge it off and paint over it, and you try and paint a smile, and your hand shakes, and you paint a scared face on this Beatrice miniature, and you smudge it off and try and paint a smiling face, and you paint a screaming face on this Beatrice figure. And you keep trying to paint a happy smile, and for your hand keeps shaking and you can't, until eventually you cannot add any more paint to this face, as her face is smudged and its features distorted on this Beatrice figurine. With that, we will go to Mabel. Mabel, what is your final scene?
So Mabel is in her kitchen. It's very similar to the scene before. You see her sipping some tea and washing up the cup, and then she takes whatever she's been making for the last however long and pours it into a couple of little vials, and she grabs a Sharpie and she draws little skulls on them, and tucks them in the back of her cupboard. And did I already say she washes her teacup?
You did not, no.
Okay. So she washes her teacup and puts it on the shelf like before. But instead of going straight to bed, she picks up the phone. And it's kind of hard to hear what she's saying. But you just kind of catch the words like, yes, he's gone. And then after a few more words, she hangs up and she goes and gets in bed, and the dog climbs up by her feet like before.
I'm going to leave it with that because that was creepy as fuck.
Well, no, I was like, maybe she's the one that killed him.
Dude, freaking painting little skulls and hiding them away in a cabinet. Like,
I don't know if Alex shared my secret with you or not.
we can do that after.
Okay. But like it was in line with my secret, so I was like, you know what? We're just gonna. This is a scary one shot, so we're just gonna do it.
Yeah, no, that was great. I have no notes. Perfection. Okay, Al, how is your scene closing out?
Well, it's a little hard to follow that, but I would say that Al
You can do it.
Al goes home and once again adjusts her wooden cats and her porcelain ducks. They have not moved since she last adjusted them, but she still does it the same, as if someone has messed up her perfect arrangement. And then she goes into her bedroom and swings open her wardrobe, and inside the camera sees just a variation of different kinds of clothings and styles, like a wide assortment of different tops, bottoms, skirts, pants, hats, shoes, and she will just like grab a very wide-brimmed hat with a bunch of feathers coming out and take a lacy scarf and throw it around herself, and she'll go over to her dozens of mirrors and start talking to the mirrors, and she'll start congratulating them on the job well done, that she solved another murder. And she goes around, and one mirror she says, "Oh, congratulations, Ernest," and the other one, "Oh, congratulations, Annie," and all these different names that she just like looks into the mirror straight on and congratulates a different person. And she'll throw off the frilly hat and throw on a flat cap and like a nice tweed jacket, and just like all these like different people that she's congratulating. And as the camera like moves away from her bedroom, away from her house, her voice fades as she continues to congratulate these people. And very softly in the distance you can hear the sound of her clocks going off with a subtle cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
I love it.
Yeah. Al looks into one of her final mirrors, and she is not wearing any special hat or coat. She is very much herself. There's no extra decor showing her of a different sense or a different personality or style. And she looks in the mirror and she says, "We did a good job. Good job, Al." And the scene fades to black, and the credits roll.
Yay!
And that is the end of this episode of Brindlewood Bay's No Way Doomer.
Dun dun dun.
Okay, now you guys can share your special stuffs.
I was the real killer.
Like last time.
No, I was the real killer. It was me. I don't know if you could have guessed by that outro, but Al has dissociative identity disorder. And she kind of changed when trauma happened.
She secretly spells her name A-L-L.
All. We are all.
We are
We
one.
are one.
Join
We
us.
are all. Okay, yeah, freaking, what was Peggy's secret?
She embezzled a lot of money from Warehouser as a buyer. So, it's not that interesting. It just allowed her to live a lavish lifestyle and support her late husband's drag career.
Her cocaine habits.
Her cocaine.
It's
Same for Al.
medicinal.
Her crochet habits, sorry.
Okay. What about Dolores? What was Dolores' secret?
Oh, I don't know if anyone would ever be able to guess, but she's the one that secretly reports everyone to the HOA.
Really, her secret.
And is also, coincidentally, the enforcement officer for the HOA.
Plot twist. She also commits HOA infractions as well, but doesn't report those.
Yes, and then complains when people don't notice that she is not following the rules.
Good for me and not for thee.
So it's still other people's fault.
I have a different note here. I feel like you're lying. Or you just keeping secrets.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember what I said.
Well, it made me laugh when I saw the note.
Who did I send it? Did I send it to you?
You sent it to Alex, but
Okay.
Alex and I both have our own notes that we share.
Okay, hold on.
Because,
Let me.
you know.
Oh, yes. Dolores is part of an underground cult.
Yeah, it made me laugh. I was just like, is Dolores part of AA? Maybe Dolores hosts AA. She's
Maybe.
like the manager of it.
No, it's part of an HOA cult.
Plot twist: Dolores does host AA, and
You
we're
have to be
all
part of the leadership of an HOA in order to be in the cult. So it's pretty prestigious.
Wow. So far, it's just Dolores.
It's really hard to
There's only
find
one HOA.
It's
in
really
the
hard to
town.
find adequate members.
Yeah.
She's the president, vice president, and vice
Yeah. Okay.
She
What
also
was?
takes the meeting notes.
Yeah. Secretary.
Yes.
What is Mabel's secret?
So Mabel's secret is so she has a medical background since before she retired, she was like a doctor and a pharmacist, and sometimes she would see or she would have appointments with people who were obviously, like, at least to her as a doctor, with access to more information in abusive situations. And some of those abusers mysteriously died an early death, but from very normal and reasonable seeming causes.
Okay.
I told you it was in line with her secret.
Yeah. And then what is May's secret?
So I guess I probably should have mentioned this at the end of my scene, but everybody in the dioramas that she makes is either a taxidermied animal, like a small little animal, or they're a human, except for one, which was a very detailed car crash in a ditch, and that one is one of those painter models that are faceless, and that is because she killed her first husband.
And that's how she killed her first.
That's how she killed him.
And her husband's name was?
No, the first husband, I don't think you ever named. The husband she
Oh.
likes.
No, I did name him. Hold on. I
Okay.
just
She had two
yeah,
husbands.
his name was Bend Over.
Wow. But you
it's
also
in my
had,
notes as Ben D.
yeah, your second husband was a lovely gentleman named Doug.
Yes.
So I was just like,
His name is Doug Days. Yeah, Ben died in a car crash, and Doug disappeared. But she loved Doug very much. She didn't kill him.
okay. I think that's everyone then.
Maybe he disappeared because he found out what happened to her first husband.
Yeah, he's just like, I gotta get out of here.
Well, actually, I just thought that'd be a funny thing to put in because of the Magnus archives of all the BS that they go through. So I was like, oh, he just disappeared one day.
God. Well, and now it's like we
He
have
dug his own grave.
a
Hey.
Mabel and a Mayblyn who potentially could have killed Doug.
And
Like if Mabel or Mayblyn was like, I don't know what happened to my second husband. His name is Doug. He needs to be taken care of. And Mabel's like, I got you. And killed the wrong Doug.
And then my Doug found out and just ran.
Yeah, he just left. He was just like, whoa. How was
Okay,
that?
I have to get up at 4:30. Oh,
okay. Quickly, what did you think of the game?
I liked it. I think I would enjoy it more if it was not just like a one or two shot. I think it, like, the getting into the flow of it and like the opportunity to discover more hard clues would be good. I really liked the premise, liked the setup, liked the concept. I personally need structure, and I didn't realize that about myself until about an hour ago. So was like, oh, I like the structure, but that's not to say like I don't enjoy and I'll have fun with this. I just yeah, no, I liked it.
Great.
I liked the
Glad you
premise.
like it.
I
Good
want
night,
order.
everybody. She's making fun of me. In case that wasn't clear. All right. I'm gonna go play in the snow tomorrow, guys. So
Yep.
have a good night.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Good luck.
Was anyone confused at the beginning of tonight?
Yeah.
With Alex
No,
and I
Maggie and I
switching?
were both very confused.
What was your thoughts? Like, what was? I'm just curious.
We were
like,
just
'cause
like, I don't know, maybe they just decided they wanted to take turns on this one. That was our thought.
just nobody said anything like, "What are you doing?"
I just thought that maybe like that was planned and that well, one, that maybe you both wanted to be able to play, but also that like you each kind of did your own portion of the story so that the other person wouldn't really like know what was going on, so that nobody really knew the answer, even though we made up the answer.
Yeah, kind of.
I was just kind of gaslit at first. I was like, I'm
hell yeah.
pretty sure Alex started. But, didn't matter.
Well, that was the intent.
Yeah. She sent me a message that said my idea was to gaslight the players like I've been the DM the whole time and you've been Al. I was like, oh my, that's okay.
And
Maggie and I were just like, should we bring it up? Should we not? We're like, nah.
I expected more reaction, and my theory was that if anyone was going to react the most, it would have been Taylor, just being like, what the fuck? It's like, oh, okay. Just making some comment about it. But yes, that was my intent. I was like, I want to gaslight the players and make it seem like I've been the DM the entire time. And he's been Al. And I chose Al because it's both of our start of our names. So it's just like, yeah, all right, that makes sense. Al and Al.
Yep. All.
Yeah, we are all. But also, we wanted to try this co-DMing thing. So for the most part, I think we both knew equal amounts of the story. We collaborated with a lot of the clues. So Alex came up with a lot of the hard clues, and I came up with a lot of the void clues.
Yeah, said your name. They were asking how we thought about them switching in the beginning.
Oh yeah, I just was along for the ride, man.
What did everyone else think of Brindlewood Bay as a game? Not necessarily our story, but how this is structured.
Yeah, like the mechanics, the way the game is ran, the dice rolls, and all that.
I think like it took a little getting used to at first, but then like it was a lot easier. Just to like RP more. I got a particular kick out of the fact that we were all old ladies touring a nursing home, but also investigating the mystery at the same time. But we're like, you know, asking all the questions that old ladies would ask about the nursing home if they were actually touring it, because we want to be like, we want them to think we're actually touring it.
Yeah. It's really interesting as a keeper in that, man, there are a lot of clues, and it's like some of the clues when you were guys like were making the investigations and stuff, in the retirement home, I was just like, oh man, how do I fit some of these clues in? Because like you rolled and you got you deserve a clue. Not just a void clue, but like, how do I work this in there? It's interesting as a keeper doing it. But as a player, I thought it was really fun.
Yeah,
Being
I
an old
liked it.
lady and doing stuff.
Yeah, the keeper is. I don't know if it's harder or easier than like D&D because this game is a lot less structured and a lot more open. So the clues have to be super vague, where they can slot into basically anywhere. Like the tire iron was in 2 different places. And like
that.
model cars were kind of a theme, but they had to be in different places. You missed a couple at the house. There were brochures for Pushing Daisy's retirement home stuffed into Doug's mailbox that I mentioned, but nobody looked at that.
Kind of why I put one in
Yeah.
Ray's glove box.
Yeah, so like if the players miss one and you want to like steer them in a direction, then you can like put another clue in a different spot, and that's why they're supposed to be vague. And like the RP improvisation of a lot of different things. You kind of missed out that Gary, the old man Gary in the library, was a suspect, but you didn't really talk to him much. I mentioned that his boots were muddy, but I don't think anyone caught on to that.
I did, but I didn't. He didn't feel shady enough. I think.
Yeah, but
And it's the only like we didn't encounter him before that, and he didn't really have a connection to Doug.
you'd say he wasn't shady, but he was literally the shadiest person because you saw him in the dark.
But we had a very lovely conversation with
But he
him
had
of yelling in the
grandma.
library.
Yelling across the library.
Yeah.
Lauren, the meter maid, was also a suspect that I intended to be more involved, but it was also kind of dismissive. I mean, these aren't bad points. These aren't, because the whole thing is about coming to a conclusion about who
I
you
was
think
more
done it.
suspicious of the sheriff because of his name than I was of Lauren.
Sheriff Guilt. It was Gilbert T. as charged or guilty as charged.
Yeah. I was like, I wonder if he's the one that did it.
Yeah. Lauren Order, she was a traffic officer, and she was like, went to Doug's house, like showed up at Doug's house after like, the murder was reported and stuff, and was just like, what about all of his tickets? And it was just like, get out of here, Lauren. And all of us were just like, yeah, get out of here. Screw your tickets. We're doing an investigation.
I thought like the little cutscenes and the commercials were fun. Because like I feel like it's almost easier to describe something as like a mini cutscene than it is to necessarily role play the same thing sometimes. And you can get more creative with it.
Yeah.
And talk about like how the shot is put together.
We didn't get to all of the commercials. There were still 2 left, I think.
Yeah.
Was there 3?
But that's fine. It's 2.
Next time.
Yeah, next time. Because you got a commercial every time you got a void clue. So every time there was something spooky that happened, then it would go to commercial. Yeah, there was like the empty tuna cans in trash. that smelled bad. And I think we didn't get a full clue for that. So we were like, talked about the empty tuna cans. But we didn't really, we failed on like getting the full clue of it, I think. There was the library card that was stamped weekly. Did we find the library card in the first part?
I don't think we found the card.
Yeah, you did. That's what
was-
took you to the library.
Oh, okay. Well, I remember
I thought
finding
it was
the
the
library
odd
book.
collection of books.
I just don't remember it being described as a card. Like the thing with the... I thought it was like a receipt printout. Or maybe
it
I'm
was-
just misremembering. I
It
don't
was
know.
like a stamped card with a bunch of books on it and a bunch of dates on it,
Yeah.
indicating that
It's-
he went there every week.
Yeah. It's hard as a keeper giving you the narrative of this hard clue without telling you, hey, this is a hard clue. Please write this down. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if we're supposed to do that.
I think you're
or-
supposed to tell him each time it's a hard clue. Because
Okay.
otherwise, how would you know? Because like the glass of alcohol that was next to Doug's chair was not a hard clue, but it sounded like a clue. So that's why you're like, oh, keep note of that and sniff it and like see if it's poison or whatever. So, and also some clues that you would have like overlooked unless they were stated as hard clues, like the post-it note with the junkyard.
I feel like that would make sense because otherwise, like, if you don't think it's a hard clue, you might end up with not enough clues
Yeah.
at the
Yeah.
end.
And also, or you could go the other way and think every clue is a hard clue, and just add
Yeah.
a ton of stuff, and then have way too many clues to your roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the hard clues I gave out was the tire iron that was suspiciously very clean in Ray's truck, and it was like hidden under garbage. It was like you had to kind of search for it. The model car that was in disrepair. That was a hard clue. It's not an official. It's like not on our list. It's a modified clue of the Pushing Daisies brochure. And that was just like to try and get you to have a reason to go to the retirement home.
What is the tire iron for?
That was
Potential murder weapon.
yeah.
So it was suspicious. It was very clean in an area that was filthy. So that's why I was like, it looks almost new. Like it's very clean in this filthy garbage heap of a truck.
You had
Um,
checked on Doug after he was taken down from the rope, but your roll wasn't very good, so you weren't able to see like a cause of death. But it was supposed to be a blunt force trauma to the head. And the tire iron was supposed to be a clue or like something heavy or just a lot of different things could have led you down that path. And then the bum knees that I had written down when he couldn't like clean or wipe down the bottom of his car. That was a clue in the sense that he couldn't have hung himself because it was a stool that was knocked over. So he couldn't like get up onto the stool to hang himself because of his bum knees.
Yeah. And then the resident that talked to you about like you bumped into, knocked the glasses off. That was my attempt at giving you the clue of residents at Pushing Daisies mentioning they asked Doug to join. You didn't get a full success on that clue, so I tried to I gave it to you, but there's complications with it, is how like the role is worded in the specific range. So I was like, okay, so this resident clearly is trying to say, like, yeah, we had a visitor last week, but he wasn't a good fit. And I don't think you're a good fit here. So the roles are interesting.
Yeah, and
Um,
you asked about what Ray said the night before. Like, what was his last words? And his last words were, "I'm sick of the elderly telling me what to do." Which would show like him going to the retirement home, or Doug telling him to do things, or now the Mavens like telling him to do things.
Yep, which is why it like kind of I had it like with the computer having his name show up 0, but then like there was a weird glitch thing. It was supposed to be kind of a spooky thing happening. And then his name shows up with one result that he did come and see a resident, but you don't know who, and then it went back to 0 like it was erased or something. There was other clues too that you guys didn't find. The ties are dusty and unworn. Rope fibers found on worn rafters. Empty tuna cans and trash. Neighbors recall seeing someone at the house hours before, which I feel like we did, but we just didn't really think about it.
Well, I don't think we realized it was a hard clue.
Yeah. A stack of complaints from the Brindlewood Bay Police Department. A stack of complaints from the Brindlewood Bay Police Department. And then the final one was an anonymous caller requests to buy Doug's home. And then for the void clues, you guys found 4 out of 7. So the first one that I have on my list is the elevator in the retirement home stops, feels like it drops, lights go out for 5 seconds and flicker back on, the doors open on intended floor. That was a void clue of just there's something weird with the elevator. Second one was the TV briefly flickers and an old man screaming face is seen. If you blinked, you'd have missed it. Your reason says it's Doug's face, but he looks much older. Which is supposed to be like, that's weird. The next clue was books on the card, on the library card, refer to the occult. Summons, sacrifices, and more. Demonology for dummies, like just occult books. Which you guys got, you experienced. The ones that you didn't get was the cans, the cat food cans, or cans of tuna, smell rancid and contain a poison. They have like a rotten egg smell. The other one was a crow sits on the phone pole outside a house or a location. When they leave the location, 30 crows are perched outside, all looking at the home. And then a resident says they keep hearing chanting at night and it keeps interrupting their sleep. When they went to investigate, there was no one else who could hear it. So that's kind of why I like had the chanting at the end of the episode. Of just like, oh, there's this voice on the wind and it's many. And everyone hears it, but nobody hears it. And then the other one was a resident they talked to at the Pushing Daisies has polychoria, the 2 people's mind.
Yeah, Keeper is difficult to keep track of all of the clues. I remember wanting to do a bunch of clues, but forgetting and like trying to keep the story along, which is what's more important. Just like having a good narrative that the players can add on to and talk about what happened. But some of the clues that were there, like the call I wanted to do the call to make it spooky and weird. But I just forgot several times.
Yeah.
But were there any questions that any of you had about the story, or this game, or us being keepers?
It's a good thing nobody discovered I poisoned his tuna.
Unfortunately for you, he was giving the tuna to the cat.
How dare! I feel even less bad for killing him now.
He was giving the tuna to Grandma, or trying
How
to.
dare!
I'm glad I killed him then.
Sweet little grandma. He deserved it.
Mr. Pickles?
No, Doug.
Oh.
For attempting to poison Mr. Pickles. Do you guys have a theory on what the occult is? Well done. That was your last show.
I don't know. It has something to do with electronics.
Electronics?
Do you want to give out information? Because it sounds like we're going to continue this story with
Episode 2.
more games, more sessions. Do you want to keep that mystery, that overarching mystery, for us to find out?
We can keep it.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if anyone has a theory.
Okay.
AA is trapping people inside of electronics.
It's that 12-step program.
It's all alcoholics.
I guess
That-
technically I did improv a void clue too. I improved several void clues of the computer glitching and the old car with the crow at the Waffle House. Those are the two that I just need to give. I want to give him something. Yeah, we can keep it as a mystery for next time, so we can figure out the overall. I was really concerned about you messing with the elevator, and I was like, this has to be something. Like, we're gonna make this an occult move because we haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
And then everyone was like, no, I'm staying in the elevator with them. I was like, oh no.
That's
We're going on an adventure. We're all going to go down together.
That's another thing about this game is it's okay to split the Mavens. Like, unlike D&D where sometimes it's like pretty much a bad idea to do so, here the Mavens can go off on their own and like explore different areas at the same time. And that's why I was like, it's okay if you want to leave the elevator. Like, Al can take this by herself and everyone else can be safe. But also death isn't shy in this game. You can die in this game. So, I don't know, maybe next time we'll have a death or a serious injury that takes you out of the story. Because it can happen. There are really no hit points, but there are steps to take towards removing a character from the story.
I didn't know how to do the murder because you guys succeeded on the theory. You got the bare minimum of being able to make the theory pass. But the guy was already dead to make there be any consequences. So I was just like...
I had an idea for, like, success but complication. Would be like, yeah, he is the murderer, but, like, he is walking around. Like, he is in the police station and, like, talking to a cop. Like, nothing. Like, you witness his death, but nobody seems to believe that he killed himself. And...
I left that cliffhanger.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just like, I'm reading the manual
What do I
that you
do?
sent me, and I was just like, what do I do? And it's like, oh, have the killer confront them or try and run away. And I was just like, he's dead.
Yeah.
What now, book?
Give me
Oh,
your
now I get
secrets.
reported. He's the one that killed him and not me.
Yeah, that was also like an interesting, like, at the end of the first session, I wanted someone to
I didn't
kill
think
themselves.
about that until you asked for the outros, and I was thinking about what I would do, and like her whole thing is she's kind of like a hippie doctor herbalist witchy kind of person. And so I was like, you know what? This is fitting, so we're gonna do it.
I hope that making those outros was okay.
No, it's good. I like it.
And then adding a little bit of spookiness. It is
Yeah.
supposed to be Halloween, you know.
Yeah, that's why I was like, it's supposed to be Halloween anyway, so it can be. I can make her
Halloween
creepy.
lives forever.
Yeah.
When
I
I
use the bathroom.
when I first the first night when everyone went to bed, I was like, oh, like, what antiques can be in a house? And I was like, oh yeah, cuckoo clocks. That's a pretty popular one. And then I had the mirrors because part of the description is she collects antique mirrors and stuff like that. And then when you asked, oh yeah, what are your outros? I was like, oh, that would be really good if like she was talking to her different personalities in all of these mirrors and like have a
Oh, did you
wardrobe full
not?
of things. No, not originally. That was between me coming up with the night thing and then the outro. And then I was like, oh, what if like they fade out and the cuckoo clocks are like very softly going off in the distance as if she's crazy.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it a lot. It was very good. I was just like, because I was messaging, I was like, oh, we should do this thing and like, you know, be the weird, like creepy of repeating at the same time. Because that's spooky. That's a little weird. Like has this multiple personality disorder, but sometimes she hears what she hears in her head is like their voice of this other personality. But I really liked it that you were like, she has all of these mirrors. She puts on these different hats and attires and goes to the cuckoo clocks. It was very good.